Chapter 692. In the closed-door training room, Ling Xiao washed his body several times, put on a set of martial clothes, and then walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, there were already many people waiting at the door. "Welcome, young master, Master Ling, out of the closed-door training." The people on both sides bowed and greeted him. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, "What are you doing?" Looking at the people in front of him, in addition to a few people around him, Gu Qin and the senior members of the Gu family were all here. Moreover, their expressions were more respectful than before, which made Ling Xiao a little uncomfortable. Gu Qin stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying with a smile, "Master Ling, congratulations on your great progress in alchemy. It really makes us feel ashamed." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Master Gu Qin is too serious. It's just a little progress. It's really not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." The senior members of the Gu family all showed strange expressions. They were all secretly thinking, advancing to the level 7 realm is not worth mentioning? How can we live like this? Well, all of you can go now. Prepare to go to the medicine capital in 5 days. Gu Qin waved his hand at the people of the Gu family, and at the same time gave Gu Su a wink. Gu Su understood and stayed behind. There were a few teenagers around 15 years old beside him. These teenagers all cast an admiring look at Ling Xiao, and the meaning of immediately worshipping Ling Xiao as a master was clear on their faces. "Master Ling, Gu Su has a request." Gu Su bowed and said. Since their old ancestor was Ling Xiao's brother, Guing naturally didn't dare to act like an elder. Ling Xiao did not need to guess to know what Gu Su wanted to say. He immediately stopped Gu Su's words, saying, "Patriarch Gu, don't talk about your matter. After the Elixir Association competition, I still have important things to do." "Master Ling, you really don't want to think about it? Our Gu family can provide for all their consumption, and we will also give you enough compensation," Guing said anxiously. "Family head Gu, there's no need to say anything more about this matter. I don't have the time to mislead people right now." Ling Xiao very straightforwardly refused. He still needed to establish his own faction and search for Yin Mingqi's whereabouts. How could he have the time to accept another disciple? His own direct disciple, Xian Li, was still under the tutelage of his master, Mu Huai. Gu Qin winked at Gu Su and then said to Ling Xiao, "Since Grandmaster Ling has no intention of accepting disciples, then don't make things difficult for him, go and prepare a banquet to welcome Grandmaster Ling. And at the same time, send them off and wish them success." Gu Su didn't say anything more and left with the teenagers. However, before they left, the youths all revealed disappointed expressions. Gu Qin and Guing left together. In addition to the few people around Ling Xiao, there was also a white-haired old man who stayed behind. Ling Xiao glanced at Wu Fu, then waved his hand at his men and said, "You guys go first, I'll be there in a moment." After the others left, Ling Xiao turned to look at Wu Fu and said, "You guys go first, I'll be there soon." Wu Fu's old face twitched. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so direct. Why couldn't he be a little more tactful? "This old man knows, so I stayed behind to thank you." Wu Fu bowed slightly. "Words are useless. I've always been a person who values benefits the most. If you can't take out enough benefits, I can take your life right now," Ling Xiao said very bluntly. Wu Fu sighed. "I've already died once, so I don't mind dying again." Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched as he looked at Wu Fu. He also knew that his words just now were in vain. "Tell me, how are you going to repay me? The quickknot flower is very expensive," Ling Xiao said again. Wu Fu said again, "I'll do whatever you want me to do. In any case, even my dearest disciple betrayed me. I don't want to live anymore, but for that little bastard, I feel that it's better for me to live. Seeing that you're so unwilling, then take out half of your treasures and give it to me. People like you have already lost their faith. Even if you were to be my servant, I would still feel ashamed." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to get entangled with Wu Fu, so he directly put out his bargaining chip. He originally hoped that he could take Wu Fu under his banner, but looking at his attitude, Ling Xiao felt disgusted. What he wanted was a person of value, someone who would follow him loyally for a lifetime, not a soulless walking corpse. Wu Fu frowned. He didn't know what to say. No matter what, he was still a 7th-rank alchemist. He had already lowered his stance, but who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually look down on him? Wu Fu took out half of his treasures and gave it to Ling Xiao, but his old eyes still looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. It was as if he was hoping that Ling Xiao's words were just a test. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would immediately leave after putting away his half of his treasures? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. What kind of joke is this? Even if you want to rely on this young master, you don't have any sincerity. Do you think this young master runs a shelter? Wu Fu looked at the departing Ling Xiao and felt a wave of bewilderment in his heart. He was a dignified 7th-rank alchemist, and the most welcomed guest of all the major sects and clans. But now he was actually ignored when he wanted to be someone else's follower. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling in many years. 5 days later, Ling Xiao's group, along with several elders from the previous generation of the Gu clan, as well as the 4 young alchemists who were participating in the pill gathering, headed to the medicine capital. The medicine capital was the largest city in the central region. It was twice as large as the Feng city where the Feng clan was located. This was the territory of the Medicine Gate, a paradise for alchemists. The ratio of alchemists here was countless times higher than anywhere else. The trade of spirit herbs here was also more bustling than in any other city. Anything that one could think of could be provided here. And this was where the headquarters of the Herb Hall was located. The Herb Hall had branches all over the continent. It was a joint venture between all the alchemist sects and aristocratic families in the Pill Alliance, and the Medicine Gate accounted for 30% of the Herb Hall's income. There were probably hundreds of thousands, or even millions of Herb Hall branches all over the continent. Everyone could imagine how huge the income represented by 30% of the profits was. When Ling Xiao's group first arrived at the medicine capital, they were deeply shocked by the city. The tall city walls looked like they were made of bronze and steel. Mysterious runes were carved on them, as if a great power was suppressing this place. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast, causing people to feel a kind of shock from the bottom of their hearts. None of the martial artists on the city walls were lower than the Earth King level. They were just ordinary soldiers, and the martial artists with Celestial Master level were the real leaders. Such a force would be able to flatten any sect below the 5th grade. And they were just the gatekeepers of the medicine capital. One could imagine how terrifying the strength and foundation of the medicine gate was. This was the first time that Ling Xiao had seen how terrifying the strength of one of the top forces in the central region was. Seeing such a scale, Ling Xiao was very excited in addition to being shocked. This was because he also wanted to build a foundation of such a great force. He also wanted to become a big shot in the central region, and the Black Demon Gate was the best stepping stone for him. Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin, who were next to Ling Xiao, glanced left and right. It was obviously their first time in such a big city, and they were very curious and excited. Master Ling, let's settle down first, and then I will take you to report. The leading elder of the Gu family, Gu Wei, said respectfully to Ling Xiao. The old ancestor had spoken to treat Master Ling like an old ancestor. Therefore, he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Ling Xiao. Well, it's good to settle down first. Ling Xiao replied softly. The Gu family certainly had their own place in the medicine capital. Ling Xiao didn't need to think to know this. After everyone settled down, Yao Qingmin couldn't help but suggest that they go to the medicine capital. Master, young master, let's go take a look around the world's #1 city. They said that there are many top-grade spirit herbs and pills for sale here. There's nothing you can't think of. Yao Qingmin said to Li Shui and Ling Xiao. At this moment, she was jumping with joy like a child who had never seen the world. Li Shui rolled her eyes at Yao Qingmin and said, "We're here to take care of business. We'll listen to young Master Ling's instructions." This was also Li Shui's first time in the medicine capital, and she also wanted to take a look around the legendary #1 city. However, since they were following Ling Xiao, it was naturally better to listen to Ling Xiao's opinion. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stop them. He said to Li Shui, "You accompany them for a walk. Oh right, Lu Kun, go and protect them. Don't let anything happen to them." "Yes, young master." Lu Kun immediately replied respectfully. Now that he knew that Ling Xiao was already a 7th grade alchemist, he was even more loyal to Ling Xiao. With such an outstanding master, would they still have to worry about not being able to advance in the future? After they left, Ling Xiao said to Gu Wei, "Elder Gu Wei, what should we do now? You can tell me. Since I've chosen to help your Gu family, I will definitely do my best." Gu Wei looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude and said, "In the past, if an alchemist wanted to participate in the pill gathering, they would first have to verify their alchemist's identity. In other words, after passing the Pill Alliance's Alchemist Guild's examination, only alchemists who have reached the 3rd level can register to participate. Right now they have already verified their identities, but Master Ling, you shouldn't have verified your identity, right?" Ling Xiao shook his head very naturally. "Just tell me what to do. There are still 2 days until the Great Assembly. Why don't I take you to verify your alchemist's identity first?" Gu Wei said. "Sure, no problem." Ling Xiao immediately agreed. On the way, Gu Wei told Ling Xiao that the Dan Alliance's Alchemist Guild had a lot of credibility in the central region. As long as an alchemist passed the certification in the Dan Alliance's Alchemist Guild, they would be able to receive the recognition and respect they deserved no matter where they were in the central region. At the same time, they could buy spirit herbs in any city's spirit herb hall and enjoy the corresponding discounts. Ling Xiao and Gu Wei arrived in front of the Dan Alliance's Alchemist Guild and discovered that there were already a lot of people queuing up. It was obvious that they were all alchemists who wanted to pass the certification. The Gu family was ranked in the top 10 of the Dan Alliance's members, so they had the qualifications to open the back door. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not need to wait and was brought into the guild by Gu Wei. Chapter 693. According to Gu Wei, it would be best for Ling Xiao to be certified as a 5th-rank alchemist. This way, the Gu family could hide their strength and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at the conference. In any case, after the conference ended, they would be able to obtain a certification badge on the spot. With Ling Xiao's realm, passing the 5th-rank alchemist certification was naturally a piece of cake. Moreover, he also had a unique badge in his hand. Don't look down on this badge. As long as it was worn on the chest, it would be a supreme honor. It could even attract some wandering cultivators to seek shelter, as well as some sects and aristocratic families to invite them. After understanding the mysteries of this small badge, Ling Xiao was even more determined to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at the conference. This was because he thought that to establish a power, he would need a large number of people. Moreover, how many people would believe someone like him who started from the grassroots? Therefore, he had to expose his identity as a high-rank alchemist. This was because he knew that there was no one more astonishing than the summoning power of a high-rank alchemist. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Ling Xiao originally wanted to go back with Gu Wei first. However, he didn't expect to be intercepted halfway. "I didn't think that you would actually dare to appear in the medicine capital." A man wearing alchemist attire stood in front of Ling Xiao and Gu Wei and said faintly. His eyes were filled with boundless hostility and anger. Behind him were several alchemists wearing the same attire as him. They all had 3 to 4 star badges hanging on their chests. Their expressions were especially arrogant. "Hee, why wouldn't I dare to appear in the medicine capital?" Ling Xiao looked at the man wearing the 5-star badge in front of him and said playfully. This person in front of him was shockingly the Medicine Gate disciple, Huofeng, whom he had dealt with in the chaotic abyss of war. At that time, he had stood up for his cousin Wanyin Shu. Not only was he beaten into a pig's head by Ling Xiao, even his beast Firespark was devoured by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a member of the Medicine Gate, Ling Xiao would have killed Huofeng on the spot. He didn't expect to run into enemies on a narrow road here. Senior brother Feng, who is he? How could he be so arrogant? Behind Huofeng, a young man with a 4-star badge asked disdainfully as he looked at Ling Xiao. The medicine capital was the medicine sect's territory. Here, all forces had to be courteous to the medicine sect's disciples. No one would dare to offend them. Therefore, they had always been arrogant here. His name is Ling Xiao. Huofeng clenched his fists and glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? Which Ling Xiao? The 4th-rank alchemist behind him asked. Senior brother Feng, he can't be that first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao, right? Another person looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Yes, it's him. Huofeng nodded. The few people behind Huofeng began to seriously look at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with a different color. What? Do you want to fight here? Ling Xiao asked Huofeng as he wore the 5-star badge on his chest. Everyone's expression changed when they saw Ling Xiao's badge. I didn't expect you to be a 5th-rank alchemist. Huofeng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ling Xiao. There are many things you didn't expect. If you don't have anything else, then I'll be leaving. Ling Xiao indifferently said. Then he bypassed Huofeng and left. He didn't want to cause any trouble here. After all, this was someone else's territory. Bastard, you're actually so arrogant. Don't think that just because you're the first emperor-level expert that you're amazing. In the medicine capital, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you better lie down. Immediately kowtow to senior brother Huofeng and admit your wrongs. Maybe we'll let you go. The 4th-rank alchemist moved to block Ling Xiao and roared. His name was Wuxia. He was a disciple of the same elder as Huofeng. He had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor, and was just like Huofeng, an arrogant person. Both of them were true disciples of the medicine sect. No matter where they went, everyone had to give them some face. However, he could see that this Ling Xiao was even more arrogant than them. Most importantly, this guy was even more handsome than him. Moreover, his alchemist rank was higher than his. He was in a bad mood. He didn't know what his senior brother was worried about, but he didn't dare to flip out. Then he would let his junior brother vent some of his senior brother's anger. Everyone, this old man is an elder of the Gu family, Gu Wei. Please, for the sake of the Gu family. Gu Wei immediately said from the side. However, before he could finish speaking, Wuxia immediately glared at him and shouted. Who does the Gu family think they are? They're just a small family that wants to become a second-rate alchemy family. You dare to show off in front of us? You better scram as far away as you can. You're being presumptuous. Even if it's an elder of the medicine sect, he wouldn't dare to insult our Gu family. Gu Wei shouted angrily. Although he didn't want to offend the people of the medicine sect, hearing such a junior insult their Gu family like this made him very angry. They were still one of the top 10 families in the Dan Alliance, and even the elders of the medicine sect would give them a certain amount of respect. He never thought that this disciple of the medicine sect would be so rude. If not for the fact that they were in the medicine capital, he would have taught this reckless junior a lesson. What? Do you want to make a move? I advise you to think it through. This is the medicine capital, the land of our medicine sect. Wuxia pointed at Gu Wei and spat out saliva. It was as if he was the ruler of this place and didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, before he could finish speaking, his face was ruthlessly slapped by someone. Pow! A clear and ear-piercing sound rang out. Wuxia's entire body spun a few times on the spot, and 2 of his teeth flew out of his mouth. The people at the side were all dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Wuxia, a true disciple of the medicine sect, would be slapped to the point where he couldn't tell north from south? Bastard, you dare to make an enemy out of our medicine sect? Huofeng glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. His eyes revealed a hint of complacency, because this was the result he wanted. After his roar, the surrounding people instantly dispersed. No one wanted to provoke the people of the medicine sect. At the same time, many powerful auras instantly flew over. Gu Wei's expression changed greatly. Master Ling, you've caused trouble. Let's hurry up and leave. Leave? Can you guys leave? The law enforcement team is already here. Neither of you can even think about leaving. That's right. You actually dare to offend someone from our medicine sect. You really don't want to live anymore. So what if you're the first sovereign? Even if an Empyrean comes here, you'll have to obediently accept your death. The few disciples of the medicine sect separated and surrounded Ling Xiao and Huofeng as they clamored. It was also at this moment that several Empyreans and a dozen Earth Emperors landed in front of the crowd. A high-level Empyrean stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" Wuxia came back to his senses now. He revealed an incomparably sinister expression and roared, "I want you dead. I must make you die." After saying that, he raised a fire palm and actually smashed it towards the Empyrean. "Wake up." The Empyrean's aura shook as he roared. His aura sent the fire crow flying. Wuxia was miserable. He had stopped just now and attacked without looking at the person clearly. He didn't expect that the person he was attacking was the law enforcement captain of the medicine sect. This time he suffered another loss. Law enforcement elder. This person beat up junior brother Wuxia. Please punish him immediately. Huafeng pointed at Ling Xiao and said to the high-level Empyrean. At this time, the few disciples of the medicine sect also began to speak up for Wuxia. Without a doubt, they were all pointing their spears at Ling Xiao and Gu Wei. The high-level Empyrean looked at the two of them and said faintly, "What do you two have to say?" Gu Wei was the first to stand up and speak. "I am an elder of the Gu family. We are here to participate in the pill competition. They were the ones who provoked us first. Please don't bully us. No matter what, you were the ones who attacked first," Huafeng said firmly. In fact, it was Ling Xiao who attacked first. Just as Gu Wei was about to say something, Ling Xiao spoke up. "Elder Gu Wei, this has nothing to do with you, you can leave first." Then he looked at Huafeng and said, "The one who beat him up is me, and the one you guys want to find trouble with is also me. It has nothing to do with him, moreover, he is a member of the Dan Alliance. If you guys really want to involve him, it will not be good for your medicine sect's reputation." "Master Ling," Gu Wei said somewhat nervously. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would cause trouble the moment he arrived at the medicine capital. Furthermore, he had provoked someone from the medicine sect. He sighed in his heart. In the end, he's still young and vigorous. "Let's go, they won't make things difficult for me. I'll be going back soon." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Gu Wei hesitated for a moment, then looked at the people from the medicine sect and said, "I will report this matter to the Dan Alliance's arbitration. I hope that you will consider the consequences." After saying that, he quickly left. At this time, the fire crow also crawled up from the ground. This time he didn't recognize the wrong person. He stared at Ling Xiao with a venomous expression and said, "You damned bastard, you actually dared to hit me. You will definitely die miserably. Quiet down first. Tell us what exactly is going on. Our medicine sect will never bully others, but if someone provokes our medicine sect, no one will have an easy time," the law enforcement elder said faintly. For some reason, when he faced Ling Xiao, he felt a sense of stage fright, as if this young man contained an energy that made him afraid. "There's nothing to say. He kept biting people like a madman, so I just taught him a lesson." Ling Xiao spread his hands and said indifferently, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." The fire crow could no longer hold it in and attacked Ling Xiao again. Pow! Before he could hit Ling Xiao, his face was slapped once again. This time he didn't spin around on the spot. Instead he was sent flying far away. Blood bloomed in the air in a beautiful parabola. The expressions of the medicine sect's disciples changed instantly. They had seen many arrogant people, but they had never met someone as arrogant as this. This was their medicine sect's territory. Even if the people from the spiritual martial court came here, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. But this guy in front of them was playing cards so unreasonably. They couldn't believe it. Huafeng, on the other hand, looked as if he was watching a show. The complacent smile on his face became even wider. The more trouble this matter caused, the more impossible it was for Ling Xiao to escape. Their medicine sect rarely caused trouble, but that didn't mean that they didn't have anger. "How dare you hit our medicine sect's disciple in front of me? Today, I will cripple you first. Let's see what else you have to say." The high-level celestial master's face darkened as he roared. Then he attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 694. The merciless strike of a high-level heavenly venerate was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. The law enforcement elder was obviously unable to determine Ling Xiao's true strength, so he did not plan to take the risk to probe him. Moreover, this person had injured a true disciple in front of them, so even if he killed him on the spot, no one would dare to do anything to him. How could Ling Xiao let him have his way? He instantly punched out. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound. The intense aura caused the people nearby to immediately retreat far away. At the same time, a figure was sent flying by the powerful fist force. The person who was sent flying was actually the high-level heavenly venerate, while Ling Xiao was still standing motionless in his original spot. Such formidable strength! The law enforcement elder steadied himself and sighed. His hand was faintly aching, and his blood was constantly churning. The other law enforcement elders and bodyguards were shocked. They had never expected that this young man would possess such terrifying strength. However, they did not have time to think too much about it. At the same time, powerful auras erupted and swarmed towards Ling Xiao. They did not dare to release the power of their world, as that would destroy the order of the medicine capital. They only needed to quickly capture or kill this person. They had their own considerations, but this also allowed Ling Xiao to escape unscathed. With his speed, the number of people around him would not affect him much. Even so, he still did not want to thoroughly provoke the medicine sect. Otherwise, his trip to the medicine capital would have been in vain. Therefore, he needed to take down the person in charge first. His figure flickered as he shuttled through the gaps between the attacks of the many experts, heading straight towards Huafeng. The law enforcement elder seemed to have sensed Ling Xiao's intentions. He roared and blocked in front of Huafeng, sending out another punch towards Ling Xiao. The fist wind was like lightning, and the fist force was like thunder. Ling Xiao was shattered, but that was only his clone. His real body had already circled around to Huafeng, who was continuously retreating. Huafeng and Ling Xiao were no longer on the same level of strength. He only felt his vision blur as his neck tightened. His entire body had already fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. "All of you stop!" Ling Xiao shouted. The people from the medicine sect did not dare to act rashly for a moment. The law enforcement elder's face darkened. "What a joke! You're forcing me to be your enemy, not the other way around." "What a joke! You're the ones forcing me to be your enemy, not the other way around." Ling Xiao sneered. He paused for a moment before continuing. "I, Ling Xiao, have always been the one to bully others. No one has ever bullied me, not even the medicine order." Ling Xiao unleashed his imperial might as a powerful wave of pressure spread out, as if he was afraid that no one would not know that he was causing trouble. Unknowingly, a 2-meter-tall, sturdy man had appeared beside him. He had an imposing aura that seemed to look down on the world. His extraordinarily majestic appearance caused the surrounding people to feel a chill down their spines. "Greetings, young master." The towering brawny man knelt down and greeted Ling Xiao like the most loyal servant. The Earth Flaming Tiger was the prodigal servant. He had his own pride, and had never had a good impression of humans. Similarly, he did not have a good impression of Ling Xiao. However, he could not disobey His Royal Highness's orders. He had to treat Ling Xiao with the same respect as he treated him. Hence, he was now bowing respectfully to Ling Xiao. "Get up. Let them feel the might of a Tiger King," Ling Xiao said lightly. He did not want to cause trouble, but some things just had to come knocking on his door. He had no choice but to completely intimidate them. Roar. The Earth Flaming Tiger obeyed Ling Xiao's orders and roared into the sky. The powerful sound waves spread out in all directions like a tsunami. The nearby heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of being shaken by the tremors. Those martial artists with low strength were shaken to the point that they covered their heads and fell to the ground, crying for their parents. The celestial venerables were not much better. Their minds were in a mess, and their minds were not clear. If someone wanted their lives now, they would not have any chance to resist. Huafeng, who was in Ling Xiao's hands, was the closest to the Earth Flaming Tiger, and was also the most miserable one. He was shaken to the point that he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, he was not dead yet. If he died, Ling Xiao would really have an irreconcilable enmity with the medicine gate. Who dares to be impudent in the medicine capital? An earth-shattering roar came from the horizon. A rapid fiery shadow arrived in the sky above Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. It was a tall and thin old man with an extremely dignified expression. Ling Xiao could tell at first glance that this person had the strength of at least an emperor stage. The Earth Flaming Tiger roared. "I hate it when someone is above me." After yelling, his tall figure immediately disappeared from the spot. The mystic Tharch suddenly had a bad premonition. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and before he could react, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. Then his shoulder was heavily smashed, and his entire body fell like a meteor, crashing onto the ground. Bang! The dignified mystic Tharch was actually not a match for that burly man. He was directly smashed onto the ground. and fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. The celestial venerables who had just regained their senses all widened their eyes with a horrified look. When the medicine sect's disciples saw this, they fainted right away. They knew that they had kicked a steel plate this time. Even if the elders in the sect came out to mediate, they would still inevitably be punished severely. The earth-flaming tiger descended from the sky, and it seemed as if it still did not want to let the mystic Tharch go. Just as it was about to attack again, Ling Xiao had no choice but to loudly stop it. Stop. How can you be so rude? We want to subdue people with virtue, not force. The earth-flaming tiger did not understand what Ling Xiao meant, but when it heard Ling Xiao stop, it did not continue. However, its mighty appearance was still very frightening. The mystic Tharch stood up with difficulty and immediately circulated a healing divine art to recover from his injuries. His old eyes stared at Ling Xiao and the earth-flaming tiger, and he said, "Who exactly are you? Why did you come to the medicine capital to cause trouble? Could it be that you do not place our medicine gate in your eyes?" Even though he was injured, he could not be timid and afraid because of this. After all, this was their territory, and he believed that there would be other supreme elders rushing over very soon. However, he was shocked. Who exactly were these young man and this burly man? They were actually not afraid of their medicine gate. In the central region, he could not think of anyone who would dare to be so bold. "I am Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's Ling, Ling Xiao Xiao." Ling Xiao threw the unconscious Huafeng to the side like a dead dog, and then very politely said to the mystic Tharch. That mystic Tharch naturally did not know who Ling Xiao was, and immediately asked, "Why did you come to our medicine capital to cause trouble? Could it be that you looked down on our medicine gate?" The purpose of his question was to stall for time, and he was waiting for the arrival of his fellow sect members. "I only came here to verify the rank of the alchemist, but I didn't expect the quality of your medicine gate's disciples to be so low, biting people everywhere. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, but your medicine gate bullied him with numbers. As expected of the medicine gate with 1 pavilion and 2 sects, it has broadened my horizons." Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully. Ling Xiao had never been one to compromise with bullies like this. Hence, he wanted to bully them for once and see what the medicine order could do to him. The mystic Tharch grabbed one of the medicine gate's disciples and woke him up with a slap. "Speak, did you guys provoke him first?" The mystic Thearch's might shot straight into the disciple's heart as he spoke. The disciple's body trembled, and his face revealed a look of panic as he said, "No, it's not my fault. It's senior brother Huafeng, and the fire crow who provoked him. It's not my fault. It's really not my fault." Seeing that this disciple was about to cry, he cried out in his heart, "I'm just adding oil paste, I didn't do anything." Hearing this, the mystic Tharch roughly understood what had happened. It must have been because these bastards had provoked him, and were even taught a lesson by him. That was why the law enforcement team was here. The mystic Tharch was so angry that he vomited blood. He cursed in his heart. Why did you provoke him for no reason? This Tharch even vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Damn it. Scram to the side. When I return, this city lord will definitely report everything to your master, and let him punish you. The mystic Tharch threw the disciple out and said unhappily. Meanwhile, Gu Wei had returned, and a quasi-emperor realm expert was following behind him. Old Xing, hurry up. They're right in front of us. Don't cause any trouble. Gu Wei urged the half-emperor stage expert. This person was also a member of the Gu family. His name was Gu Longxing, and he was one of the arbitrators of the Dan Alliance. He was also the spokesperson of the Gu family in the Dan Alliance, and had a certain status in the Dan Alliance. Gu Longxing saw City Lord Sun Zheng from afar. Without needing Gu Wei to urge him, he increased his speed. City Lord Sun, please show mercy, Gu Longxing called out from afar. Before he came, he had already heard from Gu Wei that Ling Xiao was the external help that their Gu family had invited. He was a genuine Tier 7 alchemist, and he knew that this matter was related to the Gu family's position in the Dan Alliance. He did not dare to delay and rushed over. Even the city lord was alarmed. He was afraid that this external help would die before he could help their Gu family. That would not be worth it. When Sun Zheng heard Gu Longxing's words, he almost vomited blood again. F***ck, you should be asking them to show mercy. I didn't even touch their hair, and I already vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Is it easy for my old bones? Sun Zheng protested in his heart. City Lord Sun, he is an alchemist who just passed the Alchemist Guild's test. This matter cannot be blamed on him. Gu Longxing immediately explained to Sun Zheng. Sun Zheng nodded and replied, I already know about this matter, but it is a fact that he attacked a member of our medicine gate. This, you can rest assured. I can make him apologize and make amends immediately. That should be enough. Otherwise, if this matter were to be reported to the Arbitration Council, it would be bad for the Medicine Gate's reputation, Gu Longxing said. Facing a colossus like the Medicine Gate, Gu Longxing did not dare to act forcefully. He could only discuss in a low voice and control the situation to the smallest extent possible. Impudent. My Taoist Fire Crane's disciple was beaten. Do you think an apology can resolve this? An aged voice came from the horizon. Chapter 695. Just as the voice fell, a few powerful auras arrived with the sound of wind breaking. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the medicine sect's supreme elder. 4 mystic emperors, a total of 4 mystic emperors were dispatched at the same time. In addition to City Lord Sun Zheng, there were already 5 mystic emperors here. It could be seen how vigilant the Flaming Tiger's roar was. It also made it clear that the medicine sect was worthy of being an old and powerful force. This kind of foundation was enough to shock many people. The Flaming Tiger looked at the few people in the sky, and really wanted to go up and knock them down one by one. However, Ling Xiao told him not to act rashly, so he suppressed his anger and didn't go up. Sun Zheng, why didn't you take down the murderer who injured my disciple? The old man who called himself Fire Crane stared at Sun Zheng, who had been injured by the Flaming Earth Tiger, and asked. Sun Zheng was suffering. He cursed in his heart. Do you think that I, Sun Zheng, am very powerful? Just now, this city lord fell from a few hundred meters and almost broke my old waist. Are you all blind? However, Sun Zheng was also embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, Fire Crane's status was 1 level higher than his. He could only patiently say, Elder Fire Crane, this matter was caused by your disciple. It's better for you to handle it. I can't handle it anymore. Sun Zheng, what kind of attitude is this? Fire Crane glared at Sun Zheng and shouted. At this time, another old man with an extraordinary bearing said, Let's go down and see what's going on first. Seeing that the man had spoken, Fire Crane did not say anything else and responded, Yes, senior brother. The 4 mystic emperors descended from the sky at the same time, while Fire Crane went in front of his disciples and stuffed a pill into their mouths to wake them up. However, when he saw the miserable state of Fire Crow and Huofeng, the anger that he had just suppressed rose again. Who beat them up? How dare they? Fire Crane glared at Ling Xiao and the Flaming Earth Tiger as he shouted. A wave of Emperor stage power pressed towards the 2 of them. Elder, please be merciful. Gu Longxing immediately called out. Unfortunately, it was too late. The pressure had already descended on the 2 of them. However, the pressure was like ordinary air, and it did not cause any harm or discomfort to the 2 of them. Like teacher, like disciple, they are all unreasonable things. Make him shut up, but don't take his life. Ling Xiao said calmly to the blazing flame tiger. Just as his words fell, the earthen flaming tiger had already disappeared from his side. Be careful, junior brother. Among the few mystic thearchs, the strongest one had sensed the earth flame tiger's strange movements and immediately spoke up to warn them. However, his reminder was too late. The earth flaming tiger had already arrived in front of the Fire Crane. A tiger fist with a strong tiger roar smashed towards the Fire Crane. The Fire Crane was shocked. It immediately circulated its dark protection force, and layers of feathers wrapped around its body to prevent it from being injured. Bang! Puff! That tiger fist was incomparably powerful. His feather couldn't even withstand a single blow. His mouth was ruthlessly punched by the flaming tiger, and his entire body was sent flying. Several of his old teeth fell out, and even his chin was displaced. When the others saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. The fire crane already had the strength of a low-tier peak-stage mystic arch, but it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Sun Zheng didn't know why he felt rather carefree. Now you know why this city lord didn't make a move. You are really asking for trouble. Gu Longxing and Gu Wei were also flabbergasted. How could they have known that Ling Xiao had such an expert by his side? He was actually this terrifying. Let's attack together and see how capable he is. One of the Medicine Gate mystic thearchs shouted out. At the same time, the few of them wanted to attack the Earth Flaming Tiger. However, that mid-tier mystic thearch opened his mouth and said, "Don't be rash. We are not his match." What? Senior Huatang, are you joking? One of the mystic thearchs said in disbelief. I can't sense how deep his strength is. Perhaps he is at the peak stage of the Tharch tier, or perhaps he has already surpassed it. However, there is one thing I can be sure of. This person isn't human. The Medicine Gate's Grand Elder, who was addressed as Huatang, squinted his old eyes and said. The few mystic thearchs present were stunned. Huatang's strength was the highest, and his words were the most convincing. If Huatang was unable to see through the opponent's strength, then no matter how many of them went up, they would be like moths flying into a flame. They weren't even worth mentioning. Then should we immediately send a message back to the sect? Another mystic Tharch asked cautiously. Huatang lightly waved his hand and said, the opponent didn't kill us. I think the situation isn't as bad as we thought. After he finished speaking, he walked towards Ling Xiao and said, I wonder how I should address you, little friend? Looking at this old man, Ling Xiao's mood became slightly better. At least this old man knew how to speak to him in a polite manner. This junior is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Huatang and said, Ling Xiao? The first emperor Ling Xiao? Huatang was stunned for a moment and asked. Ling Xiao didn't expect this old man to actually know his name. He immediately nodded and said, That's right, it is this junior. I didn't expect senior to have actually heard of me. It is truly my honor. At this time, City Lord Sun Zheng also remembered that the name of the first emperor was Ling Xiao. So it's him. I heard that he's that person's disciple. No wonder he's so arrogant. Sun Zheng suddenly thought. Haha, so it's you. As expected, heroes come from young. Huatang laughed loudly and then said, Can you let your people release my junior brother first? On the other side, the flamingo had already been knocked unconscious by the Earth Flame Tiger. He and the Earth Flame Tiger were not on the same level, so this result was natural. Ling Xiao laughed dryly, then looked at the Flaming Tiger and said, You big idiot, didn't I just tell you to win people over with virtue? How can you hit people so easily? Really, let him go quickly and see if he's hurt. Ling Xiao laughed dryly, then looked at the Flaming Tiger and said, You big idiot, didn't I tell you just now that we have to win people over with virtue? Ling Xiao's words sounded like he was very concerned, but in the ears of the crowd, it was very sarcastic. You were the one who called for people to attack just now, and you still want to use virtue to win people over. The Earth Flame Tiger threw the fainted flamingo towards Huatang. Just as Huatang was about to catch it, he realized that the flamingo's figure was coming at him quickly and faintly carrying a powerful aura. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately used all his strength. His hands spun and caught the flamingo with a gentle force. However, even though he had caught the flamingo, his entire body was forced back a few steps. His hands were still faintly numb. So powerful. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. Huatang secretly cried out in his heart. The other Emperor Xian also revealed looks of shock, and they were somewhat convinced by Huatang's words just now. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and asked with concern. Senior, are you all right? My servant doesn't know his limits. When I get back, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Huatang threw the flamingo towards his companion and suppressed the displeasure in his heart. He revealed a harmonious smile and said, I'm old, I'm useless. Senior, look at what you're saying. You're old but vigorous. Even if 8 or 10 of these fools came, they wouldn't be a match for you. Ling Xiao was very flattering. When Huatang heard this, his face turned green. If 8 or 10 more of them came, wouldn't they be able to flatten our medicine sect? How can this brat be so ruthless? Kiki, young friend, you must be joking. That's right, I think what happened just now was a misunderstanding. I wonder if young friend thinks so? Hua Tang immediately changed the topic. He didn't want to understand the whole story anymore. Now that he knew Ling Xiao's identity, he didn't dare to put on airs. Regardless of whether the matter was right or wrong, he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Of course. I've heard that a large sect like the medicine school wouldn't take advantage of its power to bully others. If you had appeared earlier, I wouldn't have been bullied. Fortunately, nothing happened, Ling Xiao said gratefully. I wouldn't have been bullied. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost vomited blood. This guy was shameless. He beat people half to death, and he actually dared to say such things. How could he let people live? Gu Wei and Gu Longxing's brains couldn't wrap around it. It turned out that they were worried for nothing. Gu Wei, what is this little guy's background? Gu Longxing asked Gu Wei quietly. I don't know either. I only know that he's Ling Xiao who just finished the Imperial ranking tournament and obtained the champion. But he defeated the old ancestor. I saw it with my own eyes. Gu Wei replied excitedly. He didn't expect that their Gu family really picked up a treasure this time. They actually invited a great god who could contend with the medicine sect. This time, they had a marriage relationship with Ling Xiao's little brother. Their Gu family could have no worries in the future. Isn't he the first emperor? How could he defeat the old ancestor? Gu Longxing asked puzzledly. He's already a middle-level celestial venerable. Gu Wei said again. Gu Longxing didn't plan to ask any further because he was afraid that the more he asked, the more he would suffer a blow to his heart. Could a mid-level Empyrean defeat a real Emperor Xian these days? Since little friend is so careless, then let's forget about this matter. Hua Tang said very amiably. Seeing that the people from the medicine sect had admitted defeat, Ling Xiao didn't plan to continue. However, there were some people that he couldn't let go so easily. They just insulted Mai and the Gu family's friends. Ling Xiao pointed at the disciples of the medicine sect and said, especially at Hua Feng and Hoya. A look of disgust flashed in his eyes. Hua Tang immediately replied. You can rest assured about this. After we return, I will have someone order them to face the wall for 20 years. They are not allowed to take even half a step out of the sect. What do you think about this? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. This is your medicine sect's own matter. I don't dare to interfere. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Just as Ling Xiao turned around, Hua Tang immediately called out. Little friend, can you wait? Ling Xiao turned around and asked, Senior, is there anything else? I would like to invite little friend to our medicine sect as a guest. I wonder if little friend has the time? Hua Tang asked. Ling Xiao immediately frowned and said, Senior still doesn't want to let Junior go? It wasn't a good thing to be a guest now. Hua Tang waved his hand and said, Little friend, don't misunderstand. I am sincerely inviting you in, and will definitely not touch you at all. You can leave whenever you want. Ling Xiao didn't know what Hua Tang meant, but he still straightforwardly refused. I still have to participate in the pill competition in 2 days. Why don't we wait until after the pill competition? Chapter 696. The small disturbance in Ling Xiao's eyes disappeared along with the departure of Hua Tang and the others. Before Hua Tang left, he specially instructed the city lord, Sun Zheng, to treat Ling Xiao well and that such a thing must not happen again. Sun Zheng, of course, agreed without hesitation. He thought to himself, with such a thing happening, who would still dare to provoke this lord? They must have nothing better to do. Gu Wei and Gu Longxing wiped off their cold sweat before they were pleasantly surprised. They became incomparably respectful towards Ling Xiao and the Flaming Tiger. Ling Xiao was probably the first person who could beat up a member of the medicine sect and make them apologize with a smile on their face. After a long time, when Ling Xiao returned to his residence, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, and Lu Kun had also returned. They obviously didn't know what happened on Ling Xiao's side. They were still excitedly talking about what they had seen and heard when they went out. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them. He directly entered his room and began to make use of the time to cultivate. Now that he had provoked more and more people, it wouldn't be good if he didn't improve his abilities. 2 days was a very short time. There was no need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could use these 2 days to properly explore the second stage of the spirit controlling technique, the advanced spirit incantation, and how to condense and control it. The elementary spirit incantation could only cause a person's mind to scatter, but it couldn't cause much harm to the person. The intermediate spirit incantation could cause the person to be controlled, but after being controlled, the person would become a mindless puppet and be at his mercy. The advanced spirit incantation was different. Once the person was under Ling Xiao's incantation, the person's mind would still be there, but they would be completely controlled by Ling Xiao. They would absolutely obey Ling Xiao's instructions. At the same time, they could also cultivate on their own, no different from an ordinary person. This advanced spirit incantation was the most perfect method to control a puppet, and it was also the essence of the second stage. Ling Xiao silently chanted the incantation. In his sea of consciousness, the spiritual fluid at the bottom of the spiritual world evolved into profound runes. These runes were like tadpoles, constantly wriggling and changing in the spiritual world, giving off an extremely strange and abyssal feeling. To cultivate this stage of the mental incantation, one needed to have an abundance of mental strength. Now that Ling Xiao's mental strength was quite abundant, it was not strenuous to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the time for the pill gathering also arrived. Dong dong. Someone knocked on Ling Xiao's door. Master Ling, it's time for the convention. We must enter a little earlier. Gu Wei's respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Ling Xiao woke up from his meditation, and his temperament became even more elegant and extraordinary. In the short span of 2 days, he had already grasped the rough runes of the high-grade spirit incantation. In the future, as long as he continued to practice, he would definitely be able to truly grasp the essence of the incantation within a few months. However, to reach the proficiency stage, he still needed to ponder and use it more. Walking out of the door, Gu Wei held a set of alchemist attire and stood guard at the door. Master Ling, you're representing our Gu family to appear, so you'd better change into this attire. Gu Wei said. Every major family would have a uniform alchemist attire, and the Gu family was naturally no exception. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but he still took it. And at this time, Yao Qingmin jumped out from God knows where and said, "Young master, I'll help you change your clothes." Bing Ruoshui also walked over from behind and said, "Senior apprentice sister, you go to the side, let me do it." Gu Wei retreated very sensibly. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 people and said with a naughty smile, "2 beauties, come in and help this young master change clothes." He had tasted the taste of ice beauties before, but it was only once. After that, he did not have any other opportunities. And Yao Qingmin, this chick, also frequently swayed in front of him. Ling Xiao really wanted to pull the 2 of them to sleep together. However, the important matter in front of him was at hand. This matter could only be pushed back and found another time to deal with in the future. After changing into an alchemist's robe, Ling Xiao finally had the true demeanor of an alchemist. Striding out with that dragon-like gait, it gave people a feeling of magnanimity like the heavens. 2 beauties, is this young master handsome? Ling Xiao wore an alchemist's robe for the first time, and asked Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin very smugly. The 2 girls could not help but nod their heads. Regardless of how Ling Xiao dressed, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Haha. I knew that you guys are the most honest. Ling Xiao laughed very proudly, only then did he walk out of the door. The pill gathering grand competition was divided into a total of 3 stages. The first stage was also today's mission. One had to complete the drawn alchemy pill within a specified time. This stage was just to guard against some ordinary alchemists. The second stage was a little more difficult. That was, every alchemist had to refine the same kind of alchemy pill. And then the top 100 would enter the final round. The final round's requirements were especially simple. The alchemists could freely display themselves and refine their highest grade of alchemy pill, and then compare and choose the final ranking. Under Gu Wei's lead, Ling Xiao came to a relatively spacious plaza in the medicine capital. This plaza was divided into various stations. There were a total of as many as 500 stations. However, these stations, compared to the thousands of alchemists waiting here to participate in the competition, still appeared extremely spacious. Most of these alchemists had 3-star badges hanging on their chests. There were also quite a few 4-star badges, and 5-star badges were comparatively much fewer. Some of them knew each other, and were conversing with each other about various alchemy refining methods. There were also some chatting about what they had seen and heard. Ling Xiao occasionally heard people discussing what had happened in the past 2 days, and his ears couldn't help but perk up. Do you all know what happened in the past 2 days? What's the matter? I just arrived yesterday. It's just that a few true disciples of the medicine sect were beaten up by Ling Xiao, who had just obtained the first imperial throne. The people of the medicine sect originally wanted to seek justice, and later on, a few supreme elders appeared, but in the end they also left with their tails between their legs. It can't be, is this Ling Xiao that terrifying? Even if the people from the spiritual martial pavilion came here, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, right? That's right, but I saw this with my own eyes. There is a super expert by Ling Xiao's side, and those supreme elders are not his match. I think that super expert is at least a saint. A saint's guard? This is too heaven-defying. Stop talking. If the people from the medicine sect heard this, they would definitely castrate you all. Hee, it's not a loss to be bullied by others. At least my reputation has increased a little. Ling Xiao laughed to himself. Master Ling, you can line up with Gu Li and the others. No one can cut in line or have priority here, Gu Wei said. Ling Xiao nodded and did not pretend to be a big shot. In any case, everyone else was queuing up, so there was no reason for him to cut in. Just as Gu Wei and the others were walking away, an ear-piercing voice rang out. Yo, isn't this the Gu family's people? Do you still have the face to participate in this competition? You might as well just give up on the top 9. You won't have that chance. Similarly, 5 people wearing alchemist's clothes walked over. The one who spoke was the man at the front. This man looked quite decent, but his arrogant attitude and the way he walked like a tortoise made people feel disgusted. The Gu family members immediately turned their heads to look. Gu Li frowned slightly and said, I knew who it was. So it's the Wanyan family's dog. Impudent. Do you want to die? Gu Li's words immediately angered the people who had come, and they all had the urge to attack. Hey, only the weak know how to talk. I don't know which family almost fell out of the top 10 last time. This time, it's your turn to be a second-rate family. The person who had just spoken sneered again. This group of people was from the same alchemy family as the Gu family. The Wanyan family was ranked 7th among the Alchemy Alliance members. In the past, they had always been suppressed by the Gu family. In recent years, they had steadily suppressed the Gu family, so they had a feeling of small people intoxicated by success. Wanyan Kong was the most outstanding alchemist of the Wanyan family's younger generation. He was only in his 70s, so he was still relatively young. He was now a true 5th-rank alchemist, and compared to Wanyan Shu, who had been killed by Ling Xiao, there was a big difference. And in the last competition, it was under his leadership that the Wanyan family had achieved outstanding results. Whether it's just a matter of words or not, we'll know after the competition is over. I hope that the Wanyan family can still maintain their position and not fall out of the top 10. Gu Li looked at Wanyan Kong and replied. With Ling Xiao's participation, the Gu family could be said to be full of confidence, and he had nothing to be afraid of. The smile on Wanyan Kang's face disappeared, and his aura became fierce as he said, I'm not here to talk about this. I just want to know. My younger brother Shu was killed by you. In a few days, my grand elder will personally go to your Gu family to seek justice. I hope that you can still be so unyielding at that time. I hope that your Gu family hasn't fallen out of the top 10, otherwise, just wait and see. You want to stay in the top 10 with just a 5th-rank alchemist? You're really a fool's dream. You Gu family can just wash your necks and wait. The Wanyan family's people said ruthlessly, then turned around and left. The Gu family's people all wanted to attack, but they were all suppressed by Gu Li. If they started a fight with the Wanyan family here, they would only be laughed at. It was meaningless. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and asked Gu Jiaojiao, what Shu family is that? Gu Jiaojiao nodded and said, that's right, it's their family. It seems that they already know what happened in the chaos abyss of war. Doesn't that mean that I implicated you? Ling Xiao asked. How could that be? I'm the one who implicated you. If they know that Wang Yanshu died, they must also know that you were the culprit, Gu Jiaojiao replied. Wang Yanshu was killed by Ling Xiao in the chaos abyss of war, but the cause was caused by Gu Jiaojiao. Alright, if they really want to harm you, I don't mind making the Wang Yan family disappear. However, as long as you achieve good results in the competition, they won't dare to do anything to you, Ling Xiao replied. Thank you, boss. Gu Jiaojiao replied gratefully. She had changed the way she addressed him since she was with Yi Yinfeng. At this time, it was finally Ling Xiao and the others' turn to enter the competition. Chapter 697. The entrance was very simple. After registering at the entrance, they could enter, and when they came out they just had to take out the refined pills to be tested and judged. In order to prevent themselves from dying, there were several half-step emperor powerhouses watching. Their divine sense could know everyone's every move. If anyone took out a pill from their spatial ring, they would be discovered immediately. Ling Xiao took his own plate and found the place where he would be refining pills. The spirit herbs and medicinal cauldron had already been prepared here. The first test was to determine what kind of pill these spirit herbs could be refined into, and then use the medicinal cauldron in front of him to refine these spirit herbs into the desired pill. This test seemed simple, but it also tested the alchemist's ability to adapt. Could they distinguish the pill recipe by observing the spirit herbs and refine the desired pill? If an alchemist didn't have any real skills and knowledge, they would probably be flustered. Because it was also stipulated that the pill must be refined within 2 hours. Exceeding the time limit would be considered a failure. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately understood all of the spirit herbs. A top-notch third-grade medicinal pill, the Exploding King pill, but there are a few different types of spirit herbs. This conference is quite interesting. Ling Xiao noticed that something was amiss, so he sneered and started to refine it. Given his strength as a celestial master and his 7th-grade cultivation, he didn't need to use his mental strength to refine 3rd-grade elixirs. He didn't need to be too cautious either. A furnace of perfect elixirs would still appear in front of him. 10 burst king pills fell perfectly into the medicinal cauldron, appearing extremely dazzling. An alchemist not far from him happened to see this scene. His expression froze, his hand trembled, and the spirit herb essence he had refined leaked out. What the hell? The alchemist with the 3-star badge on his chest cursed. Ling Xiao brought the 10 burst king pills to the inspection area and handed them to the old man who was in charge of registration. The old man's expression was a bit strange. It was obvious that he was surprised that Ling Xiao had refined the pill so quickly. The Gu family's representative Ling Xiao number 78 has refined the Violent King pill. After saying that, he began to examine the pill that Ling Xiao had handed over. The old man raised his eyebrows, then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Did you refine this?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Of course. Does this count as a pass?" The old man did not reply to Ling Xiao's question, but instead lowered his head and picked up Ling Xiao's 10 burst King Dan, and carefully observed them. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he muttered, "Every one of them has an extremely good color. The size is uniform, round and flawless. This is a perfect burst King Dan, and 1 furnace of 10 of them. This is truly inconceivable. Not a single bit of spirit grass essence was wasted." Then I should be considered to have passed. Ling Xiao laughed. The old man nodded repeatedly and said, "You passed. You are the first person to complete such a high-quality pill in such a short period of time. Work hard, I think highly of you." Ling Xiao nodded and took the lead to walk out. When he came out, he discovered that the others had not come out yet. Just as he was feeling bored, he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. "Are you here to cause trouble again?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and muttered, "I heard that you came 2 days ago, but I didn't expect to actually see you. First Emperor-level expert." An extremely handsome young man with an extremely resolute temperament looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently. Beside him stood a beautiful woman dressed in red armor. Her leather armor outlined her figure perfectly. The places that should be protruding were very obvious, and the places that should be concave were definitely not protruding. Coupled with that delicate and heroic face, it gave people a kind of wild visual impact, causing any man to have the desire to punish her. This pair of young man and woman was precisely Hua Hao and Hua Xiangming, the two people who participated in the Emperor List contest previously. Ling Zhao's impression of Hua Hao was average, but he would not forget Hua Xiangming, because this woman had once chopped off his arm with a sword. Moreover, this woman was also pretty good-looking. Hee, presumably you guys don't like to see me. But there are always many things in life that go against one's wishes, right? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Presently, Hua Hao and Hua Xiangming had already advanced to become genuine middle-level Empyrean strength. For them to be able to advance so high in one go, it should be because they used medicinal pills to advance. There was a huge difference from Ling Zhao's thick accumulation. If they really fought, the two of them would also not be Ling Zhao's match. You're very straightforward, but I really didn't expect you to actually be a 5th-grade alchemist. Your tenbin really makes people go crazy with jealousy, Hua Hao said indifferently as he looked at the 5-star badge on Ling Zhao's chest. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "There are still a lot of things that you didn't expect. Slowly, you will realize that this young master is not on the same level as you." Then Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to Hua Hao. He turned to look at Hua Xiangming and said, "Beauty, we meet again." Hua Xiangming rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and ignored him. Hee, don't forget that you still owe me a sword." Ling Xiao chuckled, then ignored the two of them and left. This damned bastard is really arrogant. Hua Xiangming clenched her fists and said angrily. If someone else had spoken to her like this, she would have already attacked and injured them. However, the sect had already said that no one was allowed to provoke Ling Xiao, so she endured it. Hua Hao smiled faintly and said, "I wonder who would often nag about this bastard when they return to the sect." "Senior brother, you bastard." Hua Xiangming stomped her feet and glared at Hua Hao angrily. Hua Hao laughed and said, "Hee, junior sister, don't be angry. I think he's a good match for you. The first Emperor-level expert is actually a 5th-rank alchemist. Moreover, he has another identity. It can be said that he's already at your doorstep. If you don't hurry up, don't regret it in the future." When Hua Xiangming heard Hua Hao's words, she turned around and looked in the direction that was already far away. A few traces of hesitation flashed through her heart. In the first stage of the test, Ling Xiao and the 4 people from the Gu clan had naturally passed smoothly. After all, for people like them who had the tenbin and strength to refine medicine, this stage was not difficult. After this stage, more than half of the thousands of participating alchemists had already been eliminated. The second stage was a little more difficult, and the Dan Alliance had also begun to pay attention to it. Early in the morning, there were already 10 Dan Alliance arbitration elders who had arrived at the scene. They sat on the judging platform and coldly looked at every batch of alchemists who had come to refine pills. This stage would be carried out over several days, and every alchemist would need to refine the same 3 kinds of pills as everyone else, 2 4th grade, and 1 5th grade. After refining, they would be handed over to the arbitration elder for evaluation, and the top 100 would be decided by points, and they would enter the final round of the alchemy competition. In the first 3 days, it had never been Ling Zhao's turn to enter. This was because he had heard from Gu Wei that they were a first-rate alchemy family, and that they would wait until the last day to compete with the other 9 alchemy clans. They had to wait for the people in front of them to finish their assessment. After Gu Wei's inquiries, he already knew that the 3 kinds of pills that were designated to be refined this time were 4th grade Dan, King Advancement Dan, and 5th grade Blood Qi Dan. The first 2 were top-notch 4th grade pills, while the latter was a low-grade 5th grade pill. Each pill was scored with 10 points, and the better the quality, the higher the score, with a full score of 30 points. These few pills were enough to keep those Tier 3 alchemists out of the door, and Tier 4 alchemists would also feel pressured. Only Tier 5 alchemists would have a chance to get a higher score. And for this stage, as one of the top 10 members of the Gu clan, there was a specific requirement. That was, all the participating alchemists had to refine the first 2 pills, and at least 2 alchemists had to refine the last pill. Only then would they have a chance to enter the top 100 and maintain their original ranking. This stage was completely effortless for Ling Xiao. Even if he did not receive the medicine god's inheritance of memories, he would still be able to pass it smoothly. On the other hand, the other members of the Gu clan revealed a troubled expression. It was obvious that they were not as confident as Ling Xiao. Looking at their worried expressions, Ling Xiao could not help but say, "Follow me." "Grandmaster Ling, what's the matter?" asked Gu Li. "All of you go and refine these 3 pills for me once. I'll watch from the side." Ling Xiao said lightly. "Boss, you're going to give us pointers?" Gu Jiaojiao asked in surprise. "I can't say that I'm giving pointers. But looking at your lack of confidence makes me feel ashamed. I don't want my teammates to be so weak." Ling Xiao shook his head and denied it. Good. With Grandmaster Ling's guidance, you'll definitely be able to pass," Gu Wei flattered from the side. The others did not have any objections. They happily followed Ling Xiao to the courtyard. "Come one by one. I want to see how you usually refine pills." "I'll start with you," said Ling Xiao. The person Ling Xiao was referring to was called Gu Chong. He was the weakest of the group, but he was still a Tier 4 alchemist. Gu Chong's refining level could be considered average, and his technique could be considered to have not disgraced the name of an alchemist family. The others repeatedly nodded their heads as they watched, their faces even showing satisfaction. Just as Gu Chong was about to throw the beast core into the cauldron, Ling Xiao suddenly said, Stop. Don't waste this beast core. Just now you refined the spirit grass too fiercely. Your speed was too fast and extreme, causing a lot of the spirit grass essence to be damaged. Your level isn't good enough. You need to take it slow and be calm. You can't deliberately show off your alchemy skills just because of our existence. All of us here are better than you. Ling Zhao's merciless words almost made Gu Chong hit the wall out of shame. What did he mean by his level wasn't good enough? In any case, he was still a genuine Tier 4 alchemist. This was too much of a blow to him. However, thinking back to Ling Zhao's words just now, he was indeed a bit too impatient. He didn't control the fire well enough. He took a light breath and let himself return to his normal state of mind. Once again, he began to refine the spirit grass essence. Not bad this time. But when refining the water attribute beast core, you can increase the fire a bit more. Stop. What are you doing? Refining medicine into rain is not bad, but you lost quite a few stalks of spirit grass. You didn't even extract a bit of essence, and you still have the nerve to show off in front of me? Damn, I really don't know how your alchemist family's name came to be. You can't even control the simple method of refining spirit grass well. Let me show you. You need to follow the flow of your heart, be firm and gentle. Don't be slow or fast. Chapter 698. After Ling Zhao's guidance, the 4 members of the Gu family had improved a lot, but they had improved under very painful circumstances. They had been called the hope of the new generation of the Gu family since they were young, and they were the geniuses of the new generation. It really made them feel very sullen. However, after Ling Xiao pointed out their weaknesses, the quality of the pills they concocted had improved, and the success rate was also much higher than before. This was the only thing that comforted them. Otherwise, they would have had the urge to commit suicide. Alright, follow my method and correct your own shortcomings. It should not be a problem for you to get a good result in the second round. However, if you want to be an outstanding alchemist in the future, you must be more focused. Ling Xiao said meaningfully. Gu Li, Gu Jiaojiao, and the others all bowed to Ling Xiao and said, Thank you for your generous guidance, Master Ling. Ling Xiao was not a member of the Gu family, but he was generous enough to point out their shortcomings. This kindness was worth this bow. One had to know how difficult it was for many alchemists to ask for guidance from a high-rank alchemist. This wasn't much different from a debt of gratitude for teaching. Therefore, Ling Xiao accepted their bow very calmly. Alright, after Master Ling's guidance, we must not make any mistakes in the competition tomorrow, or we will let Master Ling down. Gu Li, you must refine the blood qi pill, and the others must also try to get as many points as possible. It would be best if all of you can enter the top 100. Now, I will tell you some things that you should pay attention to. Gu Wei said from the side. Everyone began to listen to Gu Wei's words. The top 10 members of the Dan Alliance are the Medicine School, the Dan Sect, the Heaven Returning Sect, the Yen Clan, the Mu Family, the Serene Grass Sect, the Wanyan Family, the Burning Seal Sect, our Gu Family, and the Zhuang Family. These sects and families are all the top 10 members of the Dan Alliance, and the top 5 are all veteran powers. It should not be difficult for them to keep their positions, and now that we have Master Ling joining us, keeping our positions is definitely not a problem. The key is that we cannot stay where we are. We can at least raise our ranks by 2 and defeat the Burning Seal Sect and the Wanyan Family, because they will not have a true Tier 6 alchemist in charge. Gu Wei slowly said. Then how is the ranking of each clan determined? Ling Xiao raised his doubts. It's also calculated based on points, starting from the second round. When the last round ends, the total points of the 5 participants will be calculated to determine the final ranking, Gu Wei replied. I see. Then let's do our best. Ling Xiao replied. In his heart, he was looking forward to the grand occasion of the last stage. In the second stage, it was finally the turn of the elites of the top 10 alchemy forces to enter the arena. The square was already filled with alchemists. The last 2 tests were open to the public, allowing everyone to view. However, those who came to view had to pay a certain amount of Xian crystals. Otherwise, anyone could sneak in, which was inconvenient for the management of the scene. The 10 forces were divided into 10 regions. The further back they were, the lower their ranking was. The Gu family and the Zhuang family were both ranked at the bottom of the previous competition, so they could only be at the bottom. Finally, it's time for the competition between the top 10 alchemy forces. Now it's going to be interesting. That's right, I've been waiting for this day for so long, but I heard that the Lu family, which has been in decline for many years, has the possibility of rising again. They obtained quite a few points in yesterday's alchemy competition, especially that Lu Ming, who is the #1 alchemy genius in the Lu family for hundreds of years. I heard that he is already a quasi-6th grade alchemy genius, and they might be able to replace one of the top 10 powers and return to the ranks of the top alchemy families. I heard that too. It seems that the one who will be eliminated in the end will either be the Zhuang family or the Gu family. These 2 families have been declining for the past 100 years. That's true, but I heard that both families have found external help. I just don't know which family will be able to hold on until the end. In any case, the Medicine Sect and the Pill Sect are still firmly in first and second place. Aren't you talking nonsense? When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the entrance, the Wanyan family appeared again. The 2 families met, and the smell of gunpowder was still very strong. However, this time, Wan Yinkong's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who had a 5-star badge on him. You are the external help that the Gu family invited, right? What benefits did they give you? I'll give you double, no triple. How about you withdraw from this competition? The Wanyan family still had some understanding of the Gu family. In the younger generation other than Gu Li, there was no other alchemist who had reached the 5th level. Wan Yinkong's words were to attack the Gu family with all his might. As long as he could bribe Ling Xiao to withdraw from the competition, then the Gu family would be finished. Wan Yinkong, you are still as shameless as ever. Gu Li glared at Wan Yinkong and scolded him. Haha, thank you for your praise. In order to make your Gu family withdraw from the top 10, so what if I, Wan Yinkong, am a little shameless? Moreover, you really don't have the strength to maintain the top 10. Don't you feel ashamed asking for external help? Wan Yinkong said mercilessly. A dignified alchemist family had to ask for external help to maintain their position. This was an unspeakable difficulty for the Gu family. After all, old alchemist families like them were very concerned about their face. If they were not forced to, they would definitely not ask for external help. That would only be telling others that this generation was no longer capable. The people of the Gu family became incomparably angry. Wan Yinkong's loud words were like slapping their Gu family's face in front of everyone. How about it? If you agree, the Wanyan family will give you a position as an elder of stipends. We will give you endless resources for alchemy. We will help you reach the level 6 sooner. Wan Yinkong continued to tempt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, rubbed his chin and said, Sounds good. Master Ling. Other than Gu Jiaojiao, The rest of the Gu family members all cried out in alarm. If Ling Xiao were to withdraw at the last minute, it would be a fatal blow to their Gu family. However, Gu Jiaojiao did not believe that Ling Xiao would change his mind at the last minute. Haha, it's not just good, as long as you agree you are my brother. Wan Yenkong laughed straightforwardly. But I killed your brother, can you treat me as a brother? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked. Of course. What do you mean by that? Wan Yenkong was about to agree, but he realized that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's words. It's nothing. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied faintly. You are Ling Xiao? The first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao. Wan Yenkong burst into a strong anger in an instant, and a powerful aura spread out, startling the people around him. It's good that you know, but looking at your man-eating face, I know that you won't take me in. So I have no choice but to stay in the Gu family, Ling Xiao said faintly, and then winked at the people behind him. The group of people ignored the Wan Yan family and walked towards the Gu family's position in the middle of the square. Wan Yenkong stared at Ling Xiao's back, and his eyes burned with a raging fire. Ling Xiao, don't think that the Wan Yan family is the only one who wants your life. I will make you like a stray dog that everyone wants to kill. Wan Yenkong thought maliciously in his heart. An old man on the viewing platform announced the start of the alchemy competition after everyone was in position. Then everyone began to refine the elixirs. In front of Ling Xiao, there was a medicinal cauldron, a large pile of spirit herbs, and 3 beast elixirs. He could use his own medicinal cauldron to refine the elixirs, or he could use the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The spirit herbs for the King Raising Pill, King Advancement Pill, and Blood Qi Pill were mixed together. This was also a test of whether the alchemists could divide the 3 portions of spirit herbs, and then refine them one by one. Ling Xiao smiled, and immediately began to divide the spirit herbs. Ling Xiao didn't immediately start refining the elixirs after he had divided the spirit herbs. Instead, he began to size up the people around him, who were completely focused on refining the elixirs. He wanted to understand what was so special about the alchemy geniuses of the various forces. Through his observation, he finally discovered that there were a few people who faintly had the demeanor of a great master. He assumed that they already had the qualifications to become 6th-grade alchemists. What surprised him the most was that there were 2 people whose flames had actually caused the blue demon fire bead in his sea of consciousness to fluctuate greatly. Apart from the urge to devour the other party, this fluctuation also contained a strong sense of hostility, which clearly made it feel somewhat afraid. Could it be that there are 2 heaven beads here? Ling Xiao thought in shock. One of the 2 people Ling Xiao noticed was a man from the medicine sect who looked more mature and handsome than Hua Hao. The alchemist from the medicine sect seemed to be very relaxed and carefree. His control of the fire throat was very smooth, and he had reached the realm of controlling it with his hands. There was a strange yellow flame in his hand, which appeared demonic and dazzling. The other person was an extremely beautiful woman, who was even more bewitching than the fire incense tea. There seemed to be a soul-stirring smile on her face at all times, which would make any man feel a strong desire to possess her. However, the powerful aura she emitted gave people a strong sense of oppression, and the purple flame dancing in her hand made her look even more alluring. Her alchemy technique was very pleasing to the eye, as if she was not refining pills, but dancing. She was like a beautiful fairy, constantly waving her delicate hands and gently twisting her full and delicate body. The flames of these 2 people caused Ling Xiao to fluctuate the most. Besides them, there were also a few other special flames that attracted his attention. It seems that I'm not the only one favored by the heavens, and I'm not the only one with demonic talent. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Immediately after, his hands moved and many spiritual herbs came under his control. The flames began to pounce on the medicinal cauldron like a dragon. Refining medicine into rain was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. The essence of the spiritual herbs fell into the medicinal cauldron like crystal raindrops. His palms kept changing, as if he was performing some kind of profound palm technique, giving off a feeling of fast, swift, and steady momentum. Chapter 699. On the viewing platform, where the arbitration team sat, there were 10 judges. They were all members of the Dan Alliance, representatives from the various sects and families. The weakest among them was a half-emperor, and there were even 2 real emperor stage experts. There were a total of 8 men and 2 women. They all looked seriously at the younger generation of their respective sects and families, their expressions filled with different expressions. The most excited person present was none other than Gu Longxing. Ever since he had seen how extraordinary Ling Xiao was, he was full of confidence in Ling Xiao's external help. It wouldn't be difficult for him to maintain his original position, and he might even be able to go up a level. At that time, his seat would be able to move forward a little. When he thought of this, he was especially happy. Zhuang Yusheng, who was beside him, asked, "Old Xing, seeing that you're so excited, could it be that your Gu family has full confidence in staying behind?" The Zhuang family and the Gu family could be said to be in the same boat. The 2 families used to be one of the top-ranked alchemy families. Haha, of course. I have full confidence in these little fellows. Gu Longxing laughed. "Sai, it seems like you guys have invited a good foreign aid. This might be the last time our Zhuang family will sit here. It's really getting worse with each generation, and we've lost all our face." Zhuang Yusheng said dejectedly. Although the Zhuang family had also invited external help, the level of their own disciples was limited, and they didn't have confidence in themselves. After all, the Lu family, who had been in decline for a long time, had once again displayed astonishing strength yesterday, causing their Zhuang family to feel powerless. Gu Longxing didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only say in a low voice, "Maybe there's still a chance." "Heh, old Xing, wouldn't it be better for you to accompany Yusheng?" An old man who was sitting a distance away sneered. Gu Longxing's expression turned cold as he said, "I do want to, but I don't think I have that chance for now." The old man replied disdainfully, "How can there not be a chance? The chance is right in front of you, and your Gu family has no chance at all, even if you ask for help." This old man was from the Wanyan family, Wanyan Lai. The 2 families were sworn enemies, so they naturally didn't like each other. "Haha, I know you want to see my Gu family get eliminated, but you won't have that chance. Maybe the one to be eliminated will be your Wanyan family," mocked Gu Longxing. Just as Wanyan Lai was about to say something, the old man in the middle said, "Stop arguing. Let's watch the competition." This old man was an elder of the medicine sect, and also the highest representative of the Dan Alliance. Since he had spoken, the others naturally did not dare to say anything else. The surrounding alchemists excitedly looked at the alchemy geniuses of the various forces. "Look, those successor disciples of the medicine sect, look at how easy it is for them to refine pills. They are truly worthy of being the leader of the Dan Alliance. Isn't that right? They have tens of thousands of years of history, and that's no joke. However, the alchemy ancestors aren't inferior to them either. If they hadn't started late, they would have long since entered the ranks of the 18 great powers. Yes. Aside from those 2 families, the others aren't bad either. They're much better than us. Look at that monster from the medicine sect. He's refining medicine into rain so fast. In the blink of an eye, he's refined dozens of spirit herbs. He's too abnormal. That holy maiden from the pill sect is the same. Her speed is surprisingly fast. It seems like they have already reached the 6th grade realm. These are all child's play to them. The leaders of the Heaven Returning sect and the Yen clan are also strong, but they're a little slower. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. The sound of furnaces exploding could already be heard in the arena. The monster from the medicine sect and the holy maiden from the pill sect had finished refining the pills at almost the same time. They had also packed the pills at the same time and brought them to the viewing platform. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. When they walked together, they looked like a golden couple, giving off the illusion that they were a couple. The man was indeed interested in the woman, but the woman didn't seem to care. "Zizi, long time no see. You're still so powerful," the man said casually. This kind of smile that was like a spring breeze could intoxicate any woman. However, the woman at the side looked straight at him and said, "No matter how powerful I am, I still can't finish it before you." Hee, a man can't lose to a woman, right? Women don't necessarily lose to men. I hope so. Then let's see who gets the highest score. The man spread out his hands and replied. The woman said stubbornly, "It's definitely me." The two of them handed over the pills to the front of the stage at the same time, allowing the 10 people to start scoring. The representative elder of the medicine sect, who was also the Pill Alliance's alliance master, was the first to receive the pills from the two of them. After opening and examining the 2 pills, he nodded in satisfaction and said, Medicine Sect's Wuxia has refined 1 blood qi pill, 2 king gene pills, and 3 king raging pills, all of which are of high quality and high quality. Pill Sect's Qin Zi has 1 blood qi pill, 2 king gene pills, and 3 king raging pills, all of which are of high quality. Neither of them cheated, so I give them a combined score of 29 points. After saying that, he even transferred the pill to the representative elder of the pill sect. In the end, the others agreed with the medicine sect elder's words and confirmed that both of them had 29 points. Wuxia and Qin Zi both walked to the side, waiting for the results of their fellow sect members. ZZ, we're evenly matched every time and it's hard to tell who's better. Wuxia looked at the woman beside him who was like a beauty and sighed. Qin Zi said in a very strong manner, Don't worry, I will definitely surpass you in the last stage. Wuxia seemed to never be angry as he said, ZZ, you are my partner. In the future, we will definitely be able to advance to the 8th level. This way, we will definitely be able to become a legend together. What do you think? Qin Zi said without any excitement. Unless you can pull the gap between us so far that I feel like I can only look up to you, otherwise, I will not agree to it. Wuxia smiled bitterly, shook his head, and did not say anything else. Huh. At this time, Qin Zi suddenly let out a strange sound, as if she had discovered something interesting. Wuxia followed Qin Zi's gaze and finally fixed it on a person. His gaze also became astonished. The focus of their attention was, of course, Ling Xiao. His calm appearance of refining pills looked extremely elegant and agile. Every movement seemed to be natural, without the slightest sense of stiffness or sluggishness. It gave people a kind of otherworldly feeling, as if every movement and every expression of his was so natural. At the same time, there was a kind of grandmaster-level aura within it. Not only did the two of them notice it, but even the Dan Alliance's judges and the surrounding alchemists also noticed it. The 10 judges all had a strange feeling in their eyes. They all sighed in their hearts. This kid's technique is very skilled. I wonder which master he came from. Gu Longxing was even more proud in his heart. On the other hand, Wan Yanlai's expression was somewhat gloomy. It seemed that he was very unhappy in his heart. This time, the Gu family has produced an amazing person. Just by looking at this method of extracting spirit herbs, he must have some foundation. He should be the external help that the Gu family invited. Looking at the badge on his chest, he's already a rank 5 alchemist. It seems that it won't be difficult for the Gu family to keep their position this time. The Gu family can be considered lucky. Otherwise, they might have been replaced by someone else like the Zhuang family. This master is really young, but his methods are extremely fast. I'm afraid that in a few years, he will be comparable to the monstrous geniuses of the medicine sect and the pill sect. By the time more than 10 people had finished refining their pills, Ling Xiao had also finished refining his 3 kinds of pills. When he finished refining the blood qi pill, the strong pill fragrance still attracted a lot of attention. Pills that reached rank 5 could all emit a pill fragrance, but the movement caused by Ling Xiao was the biggest. That ball of milky white fragrance made everyone feel refreshed. They could all guess that the pill that Ling Xiao had refined was definitely of the best quality. Currently, Wuxia and Qin Zi maintained the highest scores with 29 points. The 2 leaders from the Sky Echo sect and the Yen clan were the closest to them with 27 points each. Ling Xiao strode to the observation platform with his head held high and placed the 3 bottles of pills in front of the judges. The Gu family represents Ling Xiao and invites the various masters to evaluate. Although his voice wasn't very loud, everyone around him could hear him clearly. Everyone was astonished. Is this Ling Xiao the first sovereign Ling Xiao? The medicine sect elder smiled and took the bottle from Ling Xiao. He opened it, and his eyes suddenly blossomed with a sharp light. This is impossible. The medicine sect elder stood up and exclaimed, somewhat agitated. "What's going on, Elder Guan?" the pill sect elder asked from the side. The medicine sect elder didn't answer him and instead stared at Ling Xiao. "Did you really refine this in one go? You didn't cheat?" Ling Xiao really wanted to burst into tears right now. He cried out in his heart, "Oh heavens, oh earth, I'm known for being kind and handsome, honest and adorable. How could I cheat?" Although that was what he was thinking, he still put on a sincere expression. "I'm sure the various masters can sense whether I cheated or not, right? With so many emperor-ranked masters watching, who would have the ability to cheat in front of them? Could it be that they were all getting dizzy from old age?" The medicine sect elder pondered for a moment, then poured out all the pills in Ling Xiao's bottle and murmured, 7 blood chi pills, 8 monarch advancement pills and 9 king initiation pills. Each pill is of equal size, and there's not a single blemish on them. Their purity and quality are excellent. The overall score is 30 points. No, since you were able to refine so many pills in one go, I should add an additional 10 points. He finished speaking in one breath, his entire being filled with excitement. He'd seen many pill refining geniuses, but Ling Xiao was undoubtedly the most outstanding one he'd ever seen. He'd actually managed to refine so many 4th and 5th grade pills in one go, and almost none of the spirit herb essence had been wasted. This was simply inconceivable. The other 9 judges beside him were all shocked. Not only did he give full marks, but he'd even added an additional 10 points. This was probably the first time this had ever happened in the pill competition. Chapter 700. 10 more points. These few words heavily hammered into the hearts of the others. The alchemy faction elder immediately snatched the elixir and looked at it carefully. His old eyes became excited. Good, good. I didn't expect that there would be such an outstanding junior. Even us old guys can't catch up to him. 10 more points is not an exaggeration, not an exaggeration. Even the alchemy faction elder admitted it, so the others were even more shocked. Then, the elixirs refined by Ling Xiao were passed to the other judges. Ling Xiao looked at the expressions of these old men and muttered in his heart, "It seems that I can't keep a low profile. Gold shines everywhere." If Ling Xiao used the obsidian cauldron and the heavenly fire to refine, it would not be a problem for him to condense 10 elixirs in each furnace. However, he might not be able to reach the level of 10 elixirs in each furnace. While everyone was marveling at the perfection of Ling Xiao's elixirs, Wang Yanlai loudly said, "I think he must have cheated. Otherwise, how could a mere 5th grade alchemist like him condense so many elixirs in one go? I absolutely don't believe it." If Ling Xiao obtained 40 points, then the Gu family would definitely be able to keep their position. Wang Yanlai would not allow this to happen. He had to stop it. Gu Longxing immediately said from the side, "Wang Yanlai, just because your family can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Did you see him cheating? As judges, we have to be fair." Ling Xiao glanced at Wang Yanlai and did not say anything. If they really did not let him pass, he did not mind taking extreme actions. Otherwise, they would always think that he was easy to bully. Wang Yanlai did not say anything more and immediately said to the medicine faction and alchemy faction elders, "It's useless to say anything more. I think we should ask the supervising elder to testify whether he cheated or not. In any case, I don't believe that he could refine so many elixirs in one go. I'm afraid that none of you here have the ability to do so." Wang Yanlai's words undoubtedly resonated with the sitting elders. They were at least 6th grade alchemists, but they did not have the confidence to refine so many elixirs in one go like Ling Xiao. They also had doubts in their hearts. How shameless, Gu Longxing said with an ashen face. However, since the other party had invited the supervising elder, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only hope that Ling Xiao really wasn't cheating. Otherwise, the Gu family would be implicated. The two from the medicine school and the pill school hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then they used sound transmission techniques to ask in a certain direction. "Supervising elder, did the Gu family's representative Ling Xiao cheat?" As soon as he finished speaking, a reply came from somewhere, "I didn't cheat." After a pause, the voice added, "This kid is a good seedling." After the medicine gate and the pill sect received the confirmation, A strange expression appeared on their faces. This was the first time they had heard the Supreme Supervising Elder say something like this. It seemed that Ling Xiao was truly talented. The Medicine Faction Elder received his answer and calmly said, "The Gu clan's representative Ling Xiao has passed with a total score of 40 points." As soon as his voice fell, Wan Yanlai's face felt like it had been ruthlessly slapped, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Gu Longxing could not stop smiling at the side and said, "Some people aren't capable, but that doesn't mean others aren't capable. Want to smear our Gu family's name? Dream on." Wan Yanlai's expression turned into a pig's liver. His fists were tightly clenched, and a cold glint shot towards Ling Xiao. "This kid must die." Wan Yanlai roared madly in his heart. Ling Xiao had just put away the medicinal pills when he felt Wan Yanlai's killing intent. His heart immediately turned cold. "Want to deal with me?" Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then he added, "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Ling Xiao had just walked to the participants' resting area when he immediately felt a scorching light. He saw that the dozen or so alchemists who had already passed the assessment were all looking at him with incredulous faces. It was as if they wanted to see through his entire body, making him feel very unnatural. Ling Xiao touched his face and muttered, "Could it be that this young master has become more handsome?" Bang! His words immediately made the dozen or so alchemists fall to the ground. They all cursed in their hearts. Does this guy still want to be shameless? These dozen or so people were all alchemy geniuses from various forces. They all had their own arrogant temperaments, but when they heard Ling Xiao's score just now, they almost went crazy. It was actually 40 points. This made their first thought that they couldn't believe it, but the result was still cruel and ruthless, and it dealt a heavy blow to their conceited hearts. What's there to be proud of? Even if the refinement is more perfect, so what? A 5th-grade alchemist is ultimately only a 5th-grade alchemist. When the final round comes, he will still be suppressed. A cold-looking middle-aged man said disdainfully. Looking at the symbol on his alchemy uniform, one could tell that he was from the Huitian sect. His name was Jiqin, and he was a genuine 6th-grade alchemist. He was also the leader of the Huitian sect this time, and he had obtained a high score of 27 points. When he heard Ling Xiao's words just now, he felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant, which made him very unhappy, so he couldn't help but mock him. Ling Xiao grinned and said, "Actually, I feel that the taste of being a 5th-grade alchemist suppressing a 6th-grade alchemist would be very satisfying." In the face of other people's provocation, Ling Xiao would never retreat. "Humph, I hope that when the time comes you will have the capital to be arrogant." Jiqin narrowed his eyes at Ling Xiao and coldly snorted. "Of course, when the time comes, it's good that your hands don't shake. If you fail it won't look good." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. "You have a sharp tongue," Jiqin said, and no longer paid attention to Ling Xiao. He turned his head away. It seemed that he didn't expect that Ling Xiao was actually not afraid of their Huitian sect, and he also didn't want to continue arguing, which would only make him lose his demeanor. At this time, a thin and weak man with a bashful expression asked Ling Xiao, "Brother, you have the same name as the first emperor Ling Xiao. Don't you feel good?" Ling Xiao glanced at the thin and weak man, and discovered that this guy's temperament was a bit similar to his good brother Hua Xiaogui's, but this guy was much more arrogant than his brother, and actually had a 6-star badge on his chest. It could be assumed that this guy's alchemy Tenbin was also extremely terrifying. This thin and weak man was the leader of the Yen clan. Although he looked soft and weak, he didn't care about his life when he refined pills. He had a nickname Pill Fanatic, and his real name was Yanjun. He was also one of the people that Ling Xiao had paid attention to before. Ling Xiao had sensed that there was definitely an earth stage flame on his body. Ling Xiao asked in reply, "Why don't you feel good that he has the same name as me? Why do you feel good that I have the same name as him?" He is famous in the central region, and he is an existence that surpasses his peers. Although his status is different from us alchemists, but he is still worthy of our respect, isn't that right? Yan Zhen replied with a smile. "Well, then I will also surpass my peers like him, and become the champion of this year's competition. Let's see who is more awe-inspiring at that time," Ling Xiao said with a charming smile. More than a dozen people in the vicinity exposed an indignant look. Didn't Ling Xiao say that he would trample on them? You overestimate your capabilities. Jichen couldn't help but shout again. However, Yanjun lightly clapped his hands and said with a smile, "You are ambitious, but we won't lose to you." Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and didn't speak anymore. He sighed complacently in his heart. Wait until I win the championship of this competition. Then, you will know that I am the first emperor-level expert. Ling Xiao. I wonder what kind of expression you will have then, hee. At this time, Ling Xiao sensed that two sharp lights were looking at him. Ling Xiao looked at them, and saw that Hua Chun of the medicine sect and Qin Zi of the pill sect were looking at him at the same time. Their eyes were brimming with a strong sense of challenge. Ling Xiao ignored Hua Chun and his eyes fell on Qin Zi's body. His eyes swept up and down her graceful and slender figure without any trace of politeness. What a hot figure! After Ling Xiao's visual inspection, he discovered that Qin Zi's figure wasn't much inferior to Kai Xiaoyu and Fengye Xian. She was definitely a stunner in bed. Well, you stare at this young master, and this young master will also stare at you. Ling Xiao's skin was extraordinarily thick, and he kept staring at Qin Zi without letting go. After all, she was also staring at Ling Xiao. Hua Chun, who was beside her, revealed a slightly displeased expression. What a rude guy! Hua Chun, who was beside Qin Zi, muttered. Unexpectedly, Qin Zi didn't get angry. Instead, she revealed a bewitching smile and said, "What an interesting guy." After saying this, she shifted her gaze elsewhere. She really couldn't stand Ling Xiao's naked eyes. They were too invasive. Hee, you are still too inexperienced to compete with this young master's eyesight, Ling Xiao said with a proud smile. At this time, he shifted his attention to the people who were still refining pills. Wanyan family? Since you are so arrogant, let me see how long you can be arrogant. Ling Xiao stared at the people of the Wanyan family who were still refining pills and sneered. At this time, Wan Yenkong was also at the most critical moment of condensing the pill. He had just successfully refined the King Initiation pill and the King Advancement pill, and the quality of the pills was better than before. He felt that he had performed exceptionally well. As long as he could condense the blood qi pill in front of him, it would not be a problem for him to get a lot of points. Condense! Wan Yenkong shouted loudly, and the surrounding spiritual qi was sucked in by him. Both of his palms began to press down on the medicine cauldron. Pung! A muffled sound was heard. Whether or not the pill would be formed depended on this moment. I have refined the blood qi pill many times, and I believe that this time it will be even better than the previous ones. Wan Yenkong sighed lightly and looked into the medicine cauldron. When the smoke disappeared, there was indeed a sparkling pill in the medicine cauldron. Hee, just as I expected. Wan Yenkong laughed proudly and reached out to take the pill out. Who knew that the moment the pill landed in his hand, it actually cracked open and turned into bits of powder. This is impossible. Wan Yenkong cried out involuntarily as he looked at the powder in his hand. He had never thought that the blood qi pill that he had been so confident in would crack. He almost went crazy. It was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell, and it was hard for him to accept this. However, he only had one chance. No matter how much he refused to believe the facts in front of him, he knew that he could not change anything. He could only walk towards the judging platform with a gloomy face. Chapter 701. When Wan Yanlai saw Wan Yenkong hand out 2 perfect 4th-grade pills, he was very pleased. However, when he saw the 5th-grade pill powder, he almost fainted. Wan Yenkong was the most outstanding alchemist of the younger generation in the Wanyan family. He was half a step into the 6th-grade alchemist realm, but he couldn't even refine a basic 5th-grade blood qi pill. How could Wan Yanlai not be furious? This was an important moment that determined whether or not the Wanyan family could remain in the top 10 of the Alchemy Association. The Medicine Order elder said, Wan Yenkong's overall score is 17 points. Does anyone have any objections? Most people agreed with the Medicine Order elder's words, but Gu Longxing raised a different opinion. I think it's not easy for this child to refine the blood qi pill into pill powder. I think we should give him 1 more point. 18 points sounds more pleasing to the ears. Wan Yanlai was furious. He slammed the table and said, Gu Longxing, you're going too far. Gu Longxing looked up and said, Wanyan Lai, I helped your family get one more point out of goodwill. But you still think you're in the right? Fine, since you don't appreciate it, I agree with 17 points. No, it's better to give it 16 points. I know that the young people in the Wanyan family are very powerful, so this is nothing. Wanyan Lai flew into a rage and was about to attack Gu Longxing. The medicine order elder said, Be quiet, all of you. Whoever makes any more noise can get out of here. The 10 elders of the medicine order were the most intimidating, so Wanyan Lai could only suppress his anger and sit down. He glared at Wanyan Kong as if he wanted to tear this junior apart. Wanyan Kong walked to the side with his tail between his legs, thinking, It shouldn't be like this. Damn it, I must have seen a ghost. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to what was going on over there, and was secretly laughing in his heart. Then, Ling Xiao attacked another 5th-grade alchemist from the Wanyan family. That alchemist also failed to refine the blood qi pill. 2 5th-grade alchemists were defeated. It would not be easy for the Wanyan family to keep their position. This is the consequence of offending me. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Everyone had handed over their pills, and the second round could be considered to have ended. They only had to wait for the announcement of the top 100 tomorrow before the final round of the competition. Just as Ling Xiao, Gu Li, and Gu Jiaojiao were about to leave, Yin Zhen ran over and said to Ling Xiao, Brother, see you at the last stage. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, See you at the last stage. Ling Xiao could hear the sincerity in Yin Zhen's words, as well as his intention to challenge him. As they were leaving, they met the Wanyan family again. Just as Wan Yinkong was about to lead his men away, Gu Li could not help but sneer. Wan Yinkong, aren't you a quasi-rank 6 alchemist? Why couldn't he even refine a 5th-grade blood qi pill? Could it be that this badge was privately given to you by your family? Wan Yinkong almost fell down when he heard this. His eyes were red with anger as he turned to glare at Gu Li and said, Don't be so cocky, your Gu family won't survive for long. He wanted to immediately attack Gu Li, but he still maintained a calm mind. After all, fighting was prohibited here, and if he was caught, it would be troublesome. Haha, I hope so. However, before our Gu family is finished, your Wanyan family will first become a second-rate family. Gu Li said with a smile. Wan Yinkong coldly snorted and left with his Wanyan family. Ling Xiao looked at them, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He felt that the Wanyan family was definitely plotting something. Otherwise, these people would not be so arrogant. The second round of the competition was over. Late at night, in the Wanyan family's residence, Wanyan Lai was in a rage. What the hell are you doing? One of you is a 6th-grade alchemist, 2 5th-grade alchemists, and 2 4th-grade alchemists. All of you are the elites of your family. This should have been a cinch. How did you all fail? Wan Yinkong, Wan Yanfu. What the hell are you two doing? Don't you know that this matter concerns our family? Wan Yanlai scolded the 5 of them. Wan Yinkong and Wan Yanfu lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. They had clearly followed the usual alchemy steps, and now that they thought about it, there were no mistakes. They just didn't know how the pills had turned into powder. They didn't know how to explain this to Wanyan Lai. Old Lai, don't be angry. Let's see if there's any way to fix this. An elder of the Wanyan family tried to persuade him. His expression was ugly, and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. What's there to fix? Based on the current score, Wanyan Ling is the best. It'd be great if he could make it into the top 100. Unless he can make it into the top 10, he won't fall out of the top 10. But, is that even possible? Wanyan Lai asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he became dispirited. The rest of the people also had a dejected look on their faces. Wan Yinkong hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and said, Elder Lai, maybe there's a way. As long as we can make the Gu family withdraw, we might be able to protect ourselves. Wanyan Lai looked up and said, Originally, we wanted to wait for the Gu family to fall out of the top 10, then think of a way to deal with them. But, not only will they not fall out, I'm afraid they will rise a few ranks. I'm afraid we can only do this. The Wanyan family had already made preparations to deal with the Gu family, But according to the current situation, it would be difficult to do so. No. Elder Lai, I have a suggestion. Wan Yankong said firmly. Wan Yanlai looked at him in surprise and said, say it. If it doesn't work, our Wanyan family can wait 5 years and come back. In any case, we still have our foundation, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Everyone should know that my brother Shu died in the chaotic abyss of war. But do you know that Ling Xiao took the Gu family's golden dragon spear and killed a few of their direct descendants? Wan Yankong asked. You're saying that Ling Xiao is the first emperor? Wan Yanlai asked. Yes, and the Gu family has issued an ancient killing order. Whoever takes Ling Xiao's head will be rewarded with 10 million high-grade mysterious crystals. In addition, whoever helps the Gu family take back the golden dragon spear will be rewarded with a huge reward. Wan Yankong said with a cold expression. At this time, the eyes of the Wanyan family members flashed with a strange light. The ancient killing order was a kind of killing order of the Gu family. It represented that the Gu family would not rest until the other party was killed. The Gu family wasn't the only one with this kind of killing order. The other 17 forces also had this kind of order. This order represented death and the will of the Gu family. The Gu family would fulfill its promise to whoever could kill the person the Gu family wanted to kill. Otherwise, this kind of order was neither threatening nor tempting. The Gu family had used the ancient killing order 3 times in the past. The people they killed were all experts who had offended the Gu family. In the end, they became street rats that everyone in the central region wanted to kill. In the end, they were all killed and their heads were taken to the Gu family to be rewarded. This time the Gu family had used the ancient killing order. It was easy to imagine what would happen to Ling Xiao. However, the ancient killing order hadn't reached the medicine sect's territory yet. So many people didn't know about it. The list of the top 100 people had been announced. The Gu family had Ling Xiao, Gu Li, and Gu Jiaojiao. The people from the Gu family were delighted. With 3 people in the top 100, as long as they performed normally, it wouldn't be difficult for them to keep their position. They might even be able to advance. Among the medicine sect, the pill sect, the heaven returning sect, and the Yen clan all had representatives in the top 100. The other families had more or less people eliminated. The saddest thing was that the Wanyan family only had 1 person in the top 100. Like the Zhuang family, they were facing the danger of being eliminated. The sun was shining brightly the day before, but it was covered in dark clouds this morning. It seemed like it would rain at any time. The oppressive atmosphere had a hint of melancholy. As usual, Ling Xiao went to the plaza with Gu Li and the others to prepare for the finals. Boss, our Gu family's ranking depends on you. Even if we don't enter the top 5, we should be able to rise by at least 2 places. Gu Jiaojiao joked. With Ling Xiao's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take the first place. The key was whether Ling Xiao was willing to reveal his cultivation level. Even if Ling Xiao hid his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get more points. Therefore Gu Jiaojiao said this. She still hoped that Ling Xiao would try his best. Well, don't worry. I'll do my best to fulfill my promise to your family. Ling Xiao replied softly. No matter what, the Gu family was Yi Yunfeng's maiden family. It wouldn't be right if he didn't do his best to help. Moreover, he wanted to raise his reputation to the peak, so he had to take the first place. Just when everyone was halfway through, the sound of thunder suddenly became louder. Rumble. Ling Xiao also stopped in his tracks. Boss, what's wrong? Gu Jiaojiao asked. All of you, hurry up and disperse. Ling Xiao shouted, and his aura instantly rose. The people from the Gu family all had a strange look on their faces. Suddenly, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and pressed down on everyone. The people around them were immediately shocked and they all dodged in all directions. Scoundrel! Ling Xiao faced the black shadow without dodging. Instead, he punched out with his golden fist. The powerful aura formed the head of a dragon and roared as it charged forward. Rumble! That black shadow was a huge boulder that weighed thousands of kilograms. It was smashed into pieces by Ling Xiao's punch, and debris flew everywhere. Ah! Some of the weaker people on the official road screamed in pain as the debris splattered on them. At the same time, A black shadow darted out from the side of the shop like a ghost. This black shadow was like a leopard hunting its prey. It was silent and as fast as lightning. Master Ling. The people from the Gu family had already dodged far away. They saw the black shadow suddenly pounce toward Ling Xiao, and the other party's long sword stabbed toward his vitals like a snake. This sneak attack was too sudden and too ingenious. It was impossible to guard against it. An ordinary heavenly venerable would not be able to guard against it in time. They all felt that Ling Xiao was about to be hit. It was already impossible for them to save him. Chapter 702. Thunder suddenly rumbled, and a torrential rain poured down. No one expected that the weather would change so suddenly. No one expected that there would actually be someone who dared to suddenly attack an alchemist who entered the top 100 in the medicine capital. The Gu clan's people had long been blinded by joy, and their vigilance had long since been blinded. In addition, the other party had premeditated this attack, making it even more impossible for them to guard against it. In fact, even Ling Xiao himself did not expect that someone would be so bold as to actually dare to sneak attack him. If you said sneak attack, then sneak attack. Why did you send such a poor opponent? Wasn't this sweeping away his dignity? If the sneak attack opponent heard this, perhaps they would immediately retreat with tears streaming down their cheeks. They would certainly wail. We're all Empyrean level powerhouses. For a mere first emperor like you, we're already thinking highly of you. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, that longsword indeed pierced Ling Xiao's waist and abdomen. Ding. It was just that the longsword did not pierce into Ling Xiao's abdomen as everyone thought. Instead, it was blocked outside by Ling Xiao's layers of dragon-scale battle armor, unable to injure him in the slightest. That assassin was greatly alarmed, and just wanted to withdraw frantically, but Ling Xiao had already grabbed his longsword with a backhand. Since you've come, don't think of escaping. Ling Xiao roared. The powerful sound wave contained a few traces of Dragon's Tenbin's magical ability. It shook that assassin to the point that he did not even have the chance to let go of his sword. Ling Xiao's fist was already smashing towards his face. Bang! That assassin's head was instantly blasted apart by Ling Xiao's fist. It was also at this moment that a huge shadow smashed down from the sky above. Only this time, the shadow was not a boulder, but a dark heavy hammer. This heavy hammer was mixed with an incomparably powerful might, as terrifying as a mountain pressing down. The other party went all out in this attack. Ling Xiao did not have the confidence to forcefully take it. The moment the heavy hammer fell, Ling Xiao had already turned into several afterimages and dodged away. Rumble. The heavy hammer smashed down, and a bottomless pit was smashed out on the official road. From this, one could see how terrifying the power of this hammer was. That person also seemed to know that this move did not succeed. He pulled the heavy hammer, and was about to escape with all his might. Unfortunately, a figure had already blocked his path. Ling Xiao stared at the ugly man and asked, "Who sent you?" "Your mother sent me," the ugly man roared. He swung the heavy hammer in his hand and launched a series of fierce attacks. The raindrops were all swept far away. "How dare you insult my mother?" Ling Xiao's killing intent surged. Insulting him was fine, but insulting his loved ones was akin to touching his reverse scale, and he had to be beheaded. Ling Xiao moved like the wind, dodging his opponent's attack. While the ugly man was calculating the small square world, Ling Xiao had already closed in on him. Bang! A storm of fist shadows fell towards the ugly man. The ugly man was wearing defensive armor, and it seemed like Ling Xiao's fists did not cause much damage to him. After the ugly man was blasted to the ground, he was still able to borrow the momentum to flee. Quickly get rid of him, don't let him escape. Gu Li and the others who were still in a daze came to their senses. He shouted and chased after the assassin. However, the escaping assassin's body suddenly self-detonated. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body fell heavily from the sky. Ling Xiao coldly looked around, and after confirming that there were no abnormalities, he also returned to the ground. At this time, the medicine capital's law enforcement team also descended from the sky. It couldn't be said that they were slow, but rather that Ling Xiao had dealt with them too quickly. From the assassination to the counterattack, It had only been a few dozen breaths. Just what happened? It was the law enforcement elder that Ling Xiao had seen before who walked out to ask. I also want to know what's going on, Ling Xiao replied snappily. No one would be in a good mood after being attacked in the middle of the street. If anyone else had spoken to the law enforcement elder in such a manner, they would probably have been taught a lesson instead. However, the law enforcement elder did not dare to rashly offend Ling Xiao, so he could only go and investigate the identities of the two dead men. Boss, are you all right? Gu Jiaojiao ran over and asked with concern. Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm fine. Let's go. It's time for the final trial, so don't be late. The law enforcement team did not dare to block Ling Xiao's group, and allowed them to leave. The law enforcement elder examined the two corpses and muttered, they're actually Sha Tian's people. Just who invited them? By the time Ling Xiao's group arrived at the plaza, the majority of the people had already arrived. There was no delay in time. Who told Ling Xiao to finish the battle so quickly? Wan Yanlai, who was on the viewing platform, saw Ling Xiao and the others. His old eyes flashed with indignation as he thought to himself, useless trash. At this moment, there were more than 20 people on the viewing platform. These people were all representatives of the various powers. They had all come to watch the ceremony. After all, the pill competition was also a grand event. Everyone wanted to see the elegance of the new generation's outstanding alchemist. The surroundings were already filled with people. They did not lower their enthusiasm for watching the pill refining because of the heavy rain. They all activated their attribute light and scattered the rain to the side, not allowing it to wet their bodies. The surroundings formed a colorful scene, appearing to be extraordinarily lively. This time, the positions were not based on the rankings of the powers in the second stage. Instead, they were based on the rankings of the points obtained in the second stage. Ling Xiao deservedly walked to the front, and beside him were the medicine sect's Hua Chun and the pill sect's Qin Zi. After Ling Xiao and Gu Wei had discussed some of the secrets of the 10 pill refining powers in detail for a few nights, only then did he realize that the medicine sect, recorded in his alchemy manual, actually did not have much to do with the medicine sect. Ling Xiao had always thought that the medicine sect was the medicine sect, but now he knew that he had made a huge mistake. It turned out that 10,000 years ago, the medicine sect was also one of the top sects in the Dan Alliance. Together with the medicine sect and the pill sect, they were known as the three alchemy sects. Later on, the medicine sect offended some hidden power, and was actually destroyed by their opponents. Their foundation was destroyed, and the medicine sect disappeared in the long river of history. Some people had always suspected that the medicine sect had been devoured by the medicine sect and the pill sect. However, no one had any evidence to prove it, so this matter gradually fell out of favor. As a member of an alchemy family, Gu Wei had only heard a little about this matter, and did not have a deep understanding of it. On the viewing platform, the medicine sect's elder stood up and said faintly, to be able to stand here, all of you are the youngest and most outstanding alchemists from all over the world. Today, all of you can display your alchemy skills to your heart's content. You can refine any pill you want, and there are no restrictions. Let everyone see your highest ability. Everyone has 2 chances in this stage, and if you fail, you can refine it again. The top 10 will receive a generous reward from the Alliance. You may begin now. After he finished speaking, the 100 alchemists all began to move. One by one, they took out their respective medicine cauldrons, and the cauldrons of different shapes and grades showed signs of fighting. Look, is the one in front of the medicine sect's Hua Chun the legendary Earth-level Wanxiang cauldron? That's a high-grade cauldron ranked in the top 10 of the 36 Earth-level cauldrons. I didn't see him take it out in the second stage. The pill sect's Saintess Qin Zi also has an Earth-level cauldron, but it's ranked 15th, the Azure Light Cauldron. It's also a rare and good cauldron, as expected of the medicine sect, and the second largest alchemy sect. The Heaven Returning sect and the Yen clan also have Earth-level cauldrons. How great would it be if I also had one? Stop daydreaming. These cauldrons are the sect's most precious treasures, and they are only passed down to the most outstanding disciples. If you want to obtain one, you'll have to be extremely lucky. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the legendary Heaven Cauldron. There are a total of 9 Heaven Cauldrons in this world, and the whereabouts of 7 of them are unknown. Only the Medicine Sect and the Martial Spirit Court have one each. How could they casually let their juniors use one? It'll be difficult to see one in this lifetime. Above the square, a series of light curtains covered the world like a canopy, preventing the rain from falling. In the middle of the square, many alchemists had begun to refine their best high-grade pills with all their might. They were all talented alchemists from all over the world, and they all wanted to show off their best skills on this stage. Alchemy didn't care about quality, but efficiency and success rate. At this time, Ling Xiao was wondering what kind of 7th-grade pill he should refine. Before, he had tried to refine several good pills in the Gu family, but today he wanted to challenge a different kind of pill because he was quite confident in himself. After deciding, Ling Xiao's figure also began to move. Spirit grasses flew out of his space ring one after another, and as soon as they appeared above the alchemy cauldron, they were immediately burned and condensed into essence that fell into the alchemy cauldron. Ling Xiao still didn't use his obsidian cauldron, but instead used a good-grade alchemy cauldron he had borrowed from the Gu family. The obsidian cauldron was a heaven cauldron, and he didn't want to expose it in front of these people who were obsessed with alchemy. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he was afraid of endless trouble. On the viewing platform, most of the eyes of the judges fell on Ling Xiao. In the second round, the results submitted by Ling Xiao were too shocking, so he also became the focus of attention. Suddenly, the Medicine Gate elder sitting in the middle let out a surprised voice. "What kind of pill is this Ling Xiao refining? Not only are there 5th grade and 6th grade spirit grasses, but there are even 7th grade spirit grasses mixed in. I also saw it. There's a low-grade 7th grade green vine, a mid-grade 7th grade markling wood, and most of the other 5th grade and 6th grade spirit grasses belong to the wood attribute. He actually has so many high-grade spirit grasses. What is this kid planning to do?" The alchemy sect elder muttered to himself. Green vine and markling wood are not easy to find. These are rare wood attribute spirit grasses, and are also necessary to refine wood attribute Mystic Emperor pill. Could it be that he wants to refine the Mystic Emperor pill? That's impossible. The Medicine Gate elder muttered again. How is this possible? He's just a 5th grade alchemist. He must have lost his mind. What a waste of good spirit grasses. That's right. None of us here have the confidence to refine this Mystic Emperor pill, let alone this kid. And just these 2 kinds of 7th grade spirit grasses are not enough to refine the Mystic Emperor pill. Chapter 703. Regardless of whether the judges believed him or not, Ling Xiao continued to meticulously extract the essence of the spirit herbs. This was different from the previous 2 tests. He could do as he pleased before, but this time, he had to pay for every spirit herb out of his own pocket. He felt the pinch, so he could not waste a single stalk. Moreover, he had just started to familiarize himself with refining level 7 spirit herbs, so he was not 100% sure that he would succeed. He did not dare to use the Heaven Cauldron and Heavenly Fire, so he could only complete each step by step. His speed was twice as slow as usual, but in the eyes of others, his speed was already terrifying. A level 7 pill required much more spirit herbs than a level 5 or level 6 pill, so while others had already started refining beast cores, Ling Xiao was still focused on refining the spirit herbs. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed, and some people had already started condensing their pills. Those who could condense their pills so quickly were all level 4 or level 5 alchemists, so it did not take long for them to do so. They brought their pills up to be graded. The grading rules were different from the second test. A level 4 pill was worth 10 points, a level 5 pill was worth 30 points, a level 6 pill was worth 50 points, and above level 6 pills were worth 100 points. In other words, the difference between each grade was different, and each person's score was based on the color and quality of the pill. Jiao family's representative, Jiao Lin, refined a level 5 pill, the Extreme Emperor pill, 15 points. Gu family's representative, Gu Jiaojiao, refined a level 5 pill, the Blood Qi pill, 15 points. Burning Seal sect's representative, Niu Kong, refined a level 5 pill, the Emperor Ascension Pill, 22 points. Lu family's representative Wuxia refined a level 5 pill, the Limb Healing Pill, 20 points. Mu family's representative Mu Feng refined a level 5 pill, the Emperor Ascension Pill, 25 points. At this stage, all the alchemists tried to refine level 5 pills. Even if their cultivation was not high enough, they still had to give it a try. Many people handed in their semi-finished pills and received 1 point. Many people also successfully refined level 5 pills and received a suitable score. After another 2 hours, most of the alchemists who were refining grade 5 medicinal pills had already come out. Gu Li from the Gu clan had also successfully refined an Emperor Ascension pill, obtaining a high score of 27 points. With Gu Jiaojiao's score, it wouldn't be a problem for them to keep their position. As for the alchemist from the Wanyan clan who had entered the top 100, he had also obtained 25 points. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to maintain his position alone. Now the only ones left in the square were the alchemists who were concocting level 6 pills. There were less than 25 people left, and most of them looked exhausted. Only the alchemist who had reached the 6th level could still refine at his own pace. The alchemy aristocratic family, the Lu family, had declined in the past. This time their most outstanding alchemist, Lu Ming, had reached the final critical moment of pill condensation. With the strength of a half-venerable, he absorbed the nearby spiritual energy and pressed it into the medicine cauldron. Pung! A muffled groan sounded, and a smile appeared on his face. Before he saw the pill, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and murmured, "Finally, I can return to the top 10. The aroma of pills filled the air, and a smooth and round pill appeared in the medicine cauldron. This was an elementary grade 6 pill, the speed multiplier pill. At this moment, tears welled up in his eyes. Ever since he was young, he had shouldered the mission of revitalizing his family, and he had been learning alchemy day and night. He was known as the genius of the Lu family for hundreds of years, but no one knew the hardships and torture he had gone through all these years. At this moment, he had finally seen the light. Originally, he was only a 6th grade alchemist. Today, at the final stage, he did not disappoint his family's high hopes and condensed a complete 6th grade medicinal pill. He was satisfied. All the bitterness and grievances he had suffered in the past had vanished into thin air at this moment. In the end, Lu Ming's score was 41 points. With his score, in addition to his score in the second round, the Lu family would definitely be able to suppress the Zhuang family and enter the top 10 of the Dan Alliance. They would then have another seat in the arbitration group. After that, a few more people finished refining, but some failed. Some were only semi-finished 6th grade products and some succeeded. The scores were all different. These people were mostly alchemists from the medicine sect, pill sect, heaven returning sect, Yin clan, and other veteran powers of the Dan Alliance. More than half a day had passed, and there were only 6 people left. These 6 people were the Gu family's representative Ling Xiao, the medicine sect's representative Hua Qin, the pill sect's representative Qin Zi, the Huitian family's Ji Qin, the Yen clan's Yen Zhen, and the medicine sect's Hua Xiangming. From the looks of it, they all wanted to take this opportunity to break through to a higher realm. Other than Ling Xiao, the rest of the people here were all sects and clans that sat firmly on the fishhook stage. Even if they failed to refine pills, it would not affect their powers ranking. That was why they dared to boldly try to refine pills that they had never challenged before. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang out. This sound was somewhat different from the sound of a real pill forming. The sound of a pill forming was muffled, but this sound was crisp and violent. Hua Xiangming had failed to refine a level 7 pill. Her delicate face revealed an unwilling expression. The protective energy was cracked, and a few traces of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She shook her head and kept the cauldron. She walked to the front of the judges and muttered, "Medicine sect's fire fragrance tea has failed." With that, she turned around and walked to the side. Failure was destined to not get a single point. However, no one mocked her, because she was challenging a level 7 pill. Her strength was still insufficient, so it was reasonable for her to fail if she forced herself to do so. Another explosion sounded out, followed by a flash of golden light. It was as if it had broken through the black clouds and shot down towards the plaza. Unfortunately, the golden light could only last for less than 3 breaths of time before disappearing. This is a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Did someone successfully refine a level 7 pill? No. This phenomenon is not obvious. The golden light only flashed, so it must be a semi-finished product. Even if it's a semi-finished product, it's already amazing. It's really amazing. That person must be heaven returning Sex Ji-Chen. He's almost 100 years old, so this should be his last time participating in the pill competition. The one who had just finished was heaven returning Sex Ji-Chen. He looked at a non-circular pill in the cauldron with a satisfied expression. This pill belonged to the category of a 7th grade medicinal pill. Although it was only a semi-finished product, it was enough for him to become a 7th grade alchemist. The 6-star badge on his chest would also increase by 1 star because of this medicinal pill. Ji-Chen revealed a proud expression, raised his head, and puffed out his chest as he walked towards the judge's platform. He liked the feeling of being the center of attention. That feeling made him feel extremely good. Heaven returning Sex Ji-Chen invites the elders to examine the pill. Ji-Chen arrogantly placed the pill down. The heaven returning sex elder stared at the pill with excitement and said, Ji-Chen, you're very good. In previous pill competitions, the alchemist who could refine a level 7 semi-finished product was almost certain to obtain first place. Hence, that heaven returning sex elder was so happy that he forgot that he was still a judge. After the unanimous appraisal, Ji-Chen's semi-finished level 7 medicinal pill, the golden energy pill, obtained a high score of 75 points. It was the highest score among all the alchemists at present. After Ji-Chen finished judging, the Yen clan's Yenjin also condensed the pill. It was only to see the dark clouds break apart once more. A hint of fiery light blossomed in the horizon, like a burning cloud, making people feel breathtaking. It was a pity that this fiery light was also just a flash. However, the time it lasted was a breath longer than Ji-Chen's earlier. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people burst into an uproar once again. Ji-Chen's face could not help twitching. He hoped in his heart that Yenjun's score did not surpass his. Yenjun put away the medicinal pill and glanced at Ling Xiao, who was still working hard. A satisfied smile hung on his face as he said, Ling Xiao, I hope that you don't fail. What Yenjun refined was similarly a semi-finished level 7 medicinal pill, the Pure Yang pill. After the unanimous appraisal, this Pure Yang pill of his was a few points better than Ji-Chen's golden energy pill just now. It finally obtained a high score of 78 points. Finally, there were only 3 people left in the plaza, Ling Xiao, Huachun and Qinzi. Huachun and Qinzi also practically refined pills at the same time. The spiritual energy in the vicinity was directly scraped apart by the two of them like tidewater. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled groans also sounded out at virtually the same time. The powerful shock made the surrounding people all feel like it was assaulting their souls. Whoosh! 2 different colors of brilliance bloomed at the same time. A bolt of lightning broke apart the cloud layer, giving off a heaven-shaking thunderous explosion sound. A gust of hurricane blew until the array pattern light screen started shaking. The people all around were greatly startled. Their faces all revealed incomparably horrified looks. The lightning disappeared, and the hurricane also disappeared along with it. On the judging platform, the elders from the various major powers who had come to watch the ceremony all began to whisper to each other. The lightning anomaly and the hurricane anomaly must be a level 7 lightning attribute and wind attribute medicinal pill. These 2 are both rare medicinal pills. They're really incredible. They actually dared to challenge these 2 types of medicinal pills. They're truly monstrous geniuses from the Medicine Gate and the Alchemy faction. Both of them have refined a few traces of the heavenly fire's energy, making their flames superior to ordinary people's. Moreover, they both have the help of Earth-grade cauldrons, so it's reasonable that they can refine a level 7 medicinal pill. It's just that they're not even 100 years old yet. This is really too much of a blow. It looks like the first place will definitely be born between the 2 of them. I just don't know who's better. Hehe, that's hard to say. Isn't there still one more who's refining? He hasn't finished yet. There's no need to think about it to know that he's definitely going to fail. He's only a level 5 alchemist, and his strength is only at the mid-level of a celestial venerable. Even if he's hiding his strength, he's only using ordinary flames and doesn't have the help of a high-grade cauldron. Huochun and Qinzi both walked in front of the judging platform. Huochun once again smiled at Qinzi. I'm afraid that this time I'll be ahead of you. That's not necessarily true, Qinzi replied rather stubbornly. Chapter 704. Huochun and Qinzi were both refining the same type of elixir, the Mystic Tharch elixir. The only difference was that they were of different attributes. Huochun refined a Thunder attribute Mystic Tharch pill, while Qinzi refined a Wind attribute Mystic Tharch pill. The Mystic Tharch elixir was considered an exquisite elixir among the Grade 7 elixirs. It was much harder to refine than ordinary Grade 7 elixirs. It could help peak heavenly venerables or half-thearchs have a chance of breaking through to the Mystic Tharch level. This kind of pill was something that many sects and clans yearned to obtain. Once they had another Mystic Tharch, it meant that their power had increased tremendously. However, level 7 spirit herbs were already hard to find, and the spirit herbs needed to refine the Mystic Tharch elixir were even harder to find. Only the medicine sect and the alchemy faction would be willing to spend the money for the two of them. However, it was practically impossible to refine a Grade 7 medicinal pill without the strength of a half-martial emperor or above. Huochun, Qinzi Jichen, and Yanzhen were all peak Empyreans. They could barely do it because they had the help of a high-grade flame and an earth-grade alchemy cauldron, which gave them enough confidence to give it a try. If it was an ordinary flame and alchemy cauldron, they wouldn't dare to try refining a Grade 7 pill. Previously, the fire-fragrant tea was a very good example. The judge took Huochun and Qinzi's pills. Although they were far from perfect pills, the shape of these two pills was much better than Jichen's and Yanzhen's pills. Apart from the fact that the pills weren't very smooth, the pill shape had a colorful pattern, and the pill fragrance lingered in the air. At the very least, it could be determined that these pills were genuine 7th grade pills, and not ordinary semi-finished products. The 10 judges repeatedly applauded the two pills. Among them, there were several genuine 7th grade alchemists, but they didn't have the confidence to refine pills of such good quality. Moreover, these were relatively rare attribute pills, so the difficulty was much higher. After a round of discussion, Huochun and Qinzi's scores were 91 points and 90 points respectively. Huochun was slightly more than Qinzi. Qinzi asked in confusion, I'm not inferior to him in terms of color and quality, so why am I lacking 1 point? Huochun narrowed his eyes and waited for the judge's explanations. Although he also wanted to secure the first place, he also wanted Qinzi to lose wholeheartedly. Otherwise, he would not be able to subdue this strong woman. This time, the alchemy faction elder replied, according to our appraisal, the quality of your pills and Huochun's pills are about the same, and they both belong to rare elemental pills. It can be said that your alchemy skills are about the same, but thunder elemental pills are even rarer than wind elemental pills. Furthermore, thunder elemental spirit herbs are extremely difficult to refine because they contain an extremely powerful and explosive energy. The slightest bit of carelessness could easily cause the cauldron to explode. Therefore, it is normal for him to have more than you. After hearing this explanation, Qinzi lightly nodded and did not bother him any further. She immediately turned and left. Huochun followed her like a shadow and asked, Zizi, come with me. It had to be said that Huochun's alchemy skills were similar to his. They both had a spirit of reluctance to give up. Qinzi didn't say anything. Her gaze landed on the person who was still refining the pill. Huochun stood quietly to the side and looked at Ling Xiao. Now Ling Xiao had become the focus of everyone present, because he was the only one who was still refining the pill. Damn it, refining a high-grade pill without a good cauldron and a high-grade flame is really difficult. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. If he didn't have the help of his mental strength, he would have needed a much longer time to refine the 7th grade beast pill with this kind of ordinary flame. The energy of a 7th grade beast pill was enormous. An ordinary celestial master would not be able to refine it in a day. To become a true 7th grade alchemist, One would have to at least reach the emperor stage cultivation. Although Wu Fu was called a 7th grade alchemist in the Gu family, he was only a quasi-7th grade alchemist. There was still a gap between him and a true 7th grade alchemist. I finally finished refining it. Is it time to condense the pill? Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. Sweat had already soaked his body and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. In the eyes of the others, there was a different meaning behind his pause. Looks like he won't be able to condense the pill. What a pity for so many spirit herbs. He's a 5th grade alchemist challenging a 7th grade medicinal pill. He's really brainless. Does he think that he can refine a semi-finished product by luck like others? That's right. The flame and the cauldron are just ordinary goods. It's simply impossible for him to condense the pill. You can't blame him like that. It's already an amazing thing for a 5th grade alchemist to be able to refine all the high-grade spirit herbs and beast cores. At the very least, he already has the ability to become a 6th grade alchemist. Maybe he'll be able to take first place next time. Master Ling won't fail, right? Gu Li, who had already retreated to the side, asked worriedly. Gu Jiaojiao replied, I don't think so. Didn't there already be many abnormalities in our Gu family? This proves that boss is definitely in the bag. Although she said this, the anxious expression on her face still betrayed her heart. Ji Chen, who was not far away, could not help but mock. Hee, I already said that a 5th grade alchemist is still only a 5th grade alchemist. You're delusional to think that you can surpass your rank and seize the first place. That's simply wishful thinking. Beside him, Yanjun also had a strange expression on his face. He was wondering in his heart, is it really over like this? However, right at this time Ling Xiao moved again. He did not give up or condense the pill as everyone had imagined. Instead, a round bead appeared in his hand. This bead was like a pill, emitting a dense energy, but it did not have the fragrance of a pill. Wan Yanlai was the first to stand up in dissatisfaction and shout, You're all rebelling. They're all rebelling. He actually cheated right under our noses. This brat still doesn't put our judges in his eyes. I think he should get 0 points for this stage, and the points for the second stage will also be cancelled. He is the external help that the Gu family invited. The Gu family also has a responsibility. If we let them stay in the top 10 of the Dan Alliance's members, it will cause a lot of negative effects on our Dan Alliance. What do you all think? When Wan Yanlai saw Ling Xiao throw that pill-like thing in, he felt that Ling Xiao definitely wanted to cheat. He felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was almost impossible for the Wanyan family to maintain their top 10 positions. If the Gu family were to be eliminated at this time, then the Wanyan family would have a high chance of staying. The heavens are really helping me. Wan Yanlai exclaimed happily in his heart. Gu Longxing shouted in dissatisfaction. Wan Yanlai, you're bullsh** ting. Even if you're dissatisfied with our Gu family, you can't destroy everyone's integrity. Moreover, the supervising elder is always paying attention. If Ling Xiao cheats, will he protect our Gu family? Perhaps the supervising elder was careless for a moment. In short, I believe everything that I saw with my eyes. Please chase this brat out of the stage. He is really too presumptuous. Does he really think that we old fellows are blind? Wan Yanlai said firmly. We are not blind. You are the one who is blind. The medicine sect elder looked at Wan Yanlai in disgust and said, Vice Alliance leader, you. Wan Yanlai looked at the medicine sect elder in shock and said, he really did not expect that the medicine sect elder would actually protect this Ling Xiao. Could it be that the medicine sect and the Gu family had reached some kind of agreement? Thinking of this, Wan Yanlai's body turned cold. I really admire Brother Wanyan's eyesight. You actually think that the Emperor pill is a pill? Hee. You really are a model for our generation. The alchemy sect elder lightly stroked his white beard and laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. Haha, isn't that so? Fortunately, I am not so old that my eyesight is blurred. Can I still distinguish between an emperor pill and a pill? The Yen clan elder laughed loudly. The Mu family elder said, and you can't say that about Brother Wanyan. Maybe it was just a moment of carelessness. The Mu family elder was even more ruthless, directly returning Wan Yanlai's words to him. Wan Yanlai was immediately ridiculed by the other elders for actually daring to question the supervising elder's impartiality. Wan Yanlai's mind was blank. He only had one sentence in his mind. He kept asking, "Is it an emperor pill and not a pill? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Gu Longxing, who was at the side, was overjoyed. Looking at Wan Yanlai's lifeless face, he felt a fierce resentment in his heart. Is that brat going to refine a supreme-grade mystic tharch pill? The medicine sect elder said to divert the others' attention. The rest of the judges' expressions became strange. The alchemy faction elder by the side narrowed his eyes and said, "This brat is really unexpected. This kind of supreme-grade medicinal pill. Even I only have 20% to 30% confidence in successfully condensing. I really don't know if he is too confident or too arrogant." The energy of an emperor pill is not weaker than the energy of a tier 7 beast pill. To continue refining, it will probably take more than half a day. This young fellow is really to be feared. The Yen clan elder praised lightly. The people in the surroundings were visibly moved. When they saw that Ling Xiao started to refine things again, they were all looking forward to seeing Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. There were also some who hoped for the appearance of a miracle. The sky gradually darkened, and the rain already stopped. However, the people gathered around the plaza did not leave. Instead, there were more and more people. That dignified figure that was still beating the flames nonstop gave people a feeling of deep veneration. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he persisted for so long. This kind of spirit already made people feel that he was very remarkable. Normal flames are still too weak. Looks like I still have to borrow the heavenly fire. Ling Xiao's mental energy and spiritual power were already greatly depleted, and he had only refined 2/3 of the emperor pill. He knew that he might not be able to hold on for much longer. His mental energy enveloped all the essence in the medicine cauldron, and balls of blue flames shot out from his hands. Flaming shadow palm, 49 palm shadows shot out at the same time. The 1/3 of the emperor pill's energy in the medicine cauldron was instantly condensed. The surrounding people sensed the change in Ling Xiao at this moment, and could not help but burst into an uproar. The medicine sect elder and the alchemy faction elder who were seated above all stood up together and exclaimed, This is the medicine sect's flaming shadow palm. Condense. The moment the emperor pill was refined, Ling Xiao let out a startled cry. His palms formed a series of mysterious hand seals, and the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly sucked into his body. Bang! Chapter 705. Countless spiritual energy swarmed over, and a powerful spiritual energy storm formed in the square. Countless palm shadows pressed down on the cauldron, and the spiritual energy was squeezed into the cauldron. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's spiritual energy instantly enveloped the cauldron to prevent the essence from spilling out. Bang! An earth-shattering sound resounded, and the powerful energy was like a sudden clap of thunder. The explosion caused the square to shake, and cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on the formation in the sky above the square. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. They held their breaths and stared at the slender figure in the square to see if he was still alive. After all, it contained the terrifying energy of a grade 7 beast core and an emperor core. When the two energies were combined, it could blast almost any holy master into pieces, and it could also seriously injure an emperor stage cultivator. Gu Li and Gu Jiaojiao were extremely nervous. They both wanted to rush up to see if Ling Xiao was all right. He failed. A muffled voice sounded in the sky. The 10 judges on the spectator stand all revealed different expressions. Some were regretful, some were disdainful, and some were glad. Ha, I knew it was impossible. Now even he was killed. Ji Chen, who was standing not far away, laughed and mocked. He had remembered Ling Xiao's arrogance. Now that he saw Ling Xiao fail, he was naturally delighted. Alas, what a pity. The Yen clan member sighed softly. He forced himself to do it. It's not courage, it's stupidity. Hua Chen smiled faintly, and his face was filled with disdain. Qin Zi just frowned slightly, and her eyes were fixed on the gradually disappearing smoke in the square. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar soared into the sky, and the shadow of a golden dragon seemed to break out of the ground and soar into the sky. The majestic true dragon gave people a feeling that it could shock the world. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They almost couldn't help but kneel down and worship the golden dragon. At this moment, everyone saw the tall and slender figure in the field clearly. He was like a mountain, and his feet were planted into the ground. The clothes on his upper body had been blasted into pieces, revealing his strong and perfect golden muscles. He's actually fine. He's really lucky. This person's strength is too strong. Such a terrifying explosion almost destroyed the defensive light curtain, but he's still fine. That golden dragon image seems to be condensed by him. Who is this person? Is he that first emperor-level expert Ling Xiao? I heard that the first emperor Ling Xiao also has the aura of a golden dragon. Could it really be the same person? But wasn't the first emperor-level expert just an earthly emperor? Did he break through 2 levels in such a short period of time? And what's on his head? The pill's energy is still there. The ethereal voice rang out once again, its tone filled with astonishment. Once again, the judges on the spectator stands revealed expressions of shock. The elders who came to watch the ceremony also revealed looks of disbelief. He was actually able to preserve the essence energy after the explosion. This child is truly extraordinary. The Medicine Gate elder sighed. The Pill faction elder nodded and said, yes, even if he failed, he should still be given a certain amount of points. If he had a medicinal cauldron now, perhaps he could condense the pill again, the Yen clan elder hypothesized. Yes, why don't we give him a medicinal cauldron? Gu Longxing seized the opportunity to say. Unfortunately, no one responded to his words. Ling Zhao's entire body was covered with layers of glazed dragon scales. Golden blood was already flowing out of the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the explosion had caused quite a bit of damage to him. However, he still stood firmly and didn't collapse. Both his feet were embedded in the ground, and both his palms were still stretched out. On top of his palms, there was a ball of pure energy wrapped in a blue flame. It didn't dissipate. Condense again. Ling Zhao's expression looked as if he had gone mad. He roared again, and the power between his palms kept surging out. The spiritual power in the surroundings once again pressed down on that ball of pure energy. Ling Xiao also sent out his spiritual power without reservation, and the range of that energy became smaller and smaller. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out. A blue light blossomed above Ling Xiao, and a terrifying aura sent Ling Xiao flying far away. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of thick golden blood. It was incomparably strange. Did he fail? Ling Xiao muttered as he lay on the ground. Everyone else had the same thought. They also wanted to know the final result. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, streaks of azure light appeared in the dusky sky, dyeing the sky with a moving radiance. The dazzling azure light was like sunlight shining down, and it carried a rich vitality. Although it was a bit dazzling when it shone on everyone's bodies, it made them feel exceptionally comfortable. Everyone stared blankly at the azure light that filled the sky, and their eyes revealed expressions of worship. This is a true heaven and earth anomaly, azure light filling the sky. What a refreshing feeling. It's as if this azure light is like a hot spring, and it's very comfortable. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so abnormal. The cauldron has been destroyed, but he can still condense medicinal pills. Is he still human? Condensing pills in the void, isn't this something that only alchemy saint can do? Could it be that he's already an alchemy saint? It seems like the first place will belong to him this time. When the green light gradually dissipated, there were 2 green pills floating in the place where Ling Xiao was just a moment ago. The pills were surrounded by a green light, and at the same time, they emitted bursts of beautiful fragrance, making everyone salivate. They couldn't wait to immediately rush over and grab the 2 pills in their hands. Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. He looked at the 2 pills, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a captivating smile. Fortunately, I didn't waste too much. Ling Xiao smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 pills instantly flew into his palm. Feeling the warm energy within the 2 pills, Ling Xiao knew that his hard work had paid off. How could he have succeeded? Ji Chun murmured with a look of disbelief. Beside him, Yanjun also revealed a wry smile, and at the same time, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Too abnormal. But, one day, I will surpass you. Hua Chun, who was not far away, did not say anything, but there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. On the other hand, Qin Zi, who was standing beside him, burst into laughter. Hee, I finally met a man who can move my heart. Big brother, boss, he succeeded. Gu Jiaojiao grabbed her big brother Gu Li's hand and said excitedly. Gu Li looked at Ling Xiao in admiration and said, That's right, Master Ling always surprises people like this. He really is a genius in alchemy, and I'm afraid that no one in this generation can surpass him. Even in the previous generation, it was difficult to find a few alchemists as outstanding as him. He's a level 7 apotheosis. Ling Xiao walked to the viewing platform, and just as he was about to hand over the pills to the medicine school elder, a figure appeared out of nowhere and quietly snatched away the pills in Ling Xiao's hand. Bastard! Ling Xiao was shocked. He did not expect that someone would dare to snatch his pills in front of everyone in the hall. Moreover, the person had done so secretly that he did not even have time to react. He cried out in shock and mercilessly punched the figure. He had gathered all his strength in this punch, and he must kill the person with one punch. Bang! Unfortunately, when his punch landed on the other party's palm, it was as if he had punched something soft, and his strength was completely dissipated. Ling Xiao did not have much time to think. Just as he was about to start extrapolating his pocket world, the medicine school elder's voice rang out. Ling Xiao, stop! He's the supervising elder. The supervising elder? Ling Xiao was stunned. He steadied his aura and looked at the figure who had stopped beside him. At this moment, the 10 judges on the judging platform respectfully greeted the figure. Greetings to the supervising elder. Next to Ling Xiao was a stooped old man. His face was covered with wrinkles, and his body was so thin that it seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him away. He held the 2 pills that Ling Xiao had given him in his shriveled hand, and his eyes shone brilliantly. He murmured, A wood elemental supreme grade mystic Tharch pill. From its appearance, it does not look rusty at all. It is round, smooth, and as translucent as jade. Just from this alone, one can tell that it is a superior elixir. The color of the pill is incomparably rich and vibrant. The energy of the spirit herbs, the beast core, and the Tharch pill are all perfectly fused together. Furthermore, it can be condensed into 2 elixirs at once. Impressive. Truly impressive. When the judges heard the supervising elder's evaluation, they knew that the elixirs in Ling Xiao's hands were genuine 7th grade elixirs. Moreover, they were of the highest grade. The results of this competition were self-evident. The supervising elder raised his old eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been stripped naked in front of the supervising elder. It was as if he had no secrets left to hide. What a terrifying gaze. It's actually like Master Evil Emperor, giving me an unshakable feeling. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Of course, he didn't think that this old man was as powerful as his Master Evil Emperor. It was just that his current realm was not high enough. He was unable to touch the power of a higher realm, nor could he feel how strong this old man was. Brat, good job. The supervising elder praised him, then threw the pill back to Ling Xiao. Then he said, Are you willing to join the Dan Alliance? This old man can guarantee that you will be able to enter. In the future, you will be able to enjoy all kinds of refining materials. Boom. The expressions of the surrounding people all changed. None of them thought that the old man who suddenly appeared would actually invite Ling Xiao to join the Dan Alliance, and even offer such attractive conditions. If it were any of them, they would have immediately agreed. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it was also an opportunity that all the sects and families would fight for. Ugh. We'll talk about this later. You guys should give me a score first. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said to the medicine sect elder and the others. Chapter 706. Ling Xiao's words almost caused the surrounding people to faint from anger. Most of the spectators were from the alchemy sects or aristocratic families, and most of them were here for the Dan Alliance's ranking. Once they could enter the top 10 of the Dan Alliance, the resources they would receive would come rolling in. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives to fight for the rankings in this competition? Now that Ling Xiao had the power to guarantee that he would join the Dan Alliance and become a member of the Dan Alliance forever, he actually agreed to it without tears of gratitude. This really made them curse in their hearts. What an untactful fellow. The supervising elder had personally come out to test the pill. Could it be that the first place would be yours? But even so, this result still had to be announced. The medicine sect elder looked at the supervising elder and asked, "Supervising elder, since you have come out, this score should be decided by you." The supervising elder had a very high position in the Dan Alliance. Although he rarely participated in the affairs of the Dan Alliance, his words always represented the will of the Dan Alliance. Even the old sect master in their sect respected him very much, as the supervising elder was the legendary Saint Alchemist. The Saint Alchemist was one of the few in the continent, and every single one of them had a great honor. No one would easily provoke the anger of such an existence. The supervising elder did not mind Ling Xiao being like this. Right now, no matter how he looked, he felt that Ling Xiao was pleasing to the eye. It would be best if such a talent could be recruited into the Dan Alliance. Furthermore, he had a little unknown relationship with Ling Xiao. The Gu clan's representative Ling Xiao has refined 2 top-grade would attribute Emperor Xian Dan S. The quality is excellent, and should be the champion of this competition, bestowing a 7th grade alchemist badge. As for the score, I feel that it doesn't matter how many points he has, because his pellets are quite perfect, making it impeccable. Any peak would attribute Sky Sovereign or half-martial Emperor would not find it difficult to break through to the Emperor stage. The supervising elder said faintly. He paused for a moment before continuing. No matter how many points you give him, it would be disrespectful to him. But since he represents the Gu clan, then he must have points to be ranked in the top 10 of this year's members. 100 points. This number seemed to have struck everyone's hearts, causing them to be in disbelief. This was the first time in history that an alchemist with full marks appeared. However, they also felt that the score was very reasonable. If it were them, they would probably give it 200 or 300 points. Who asked Ling Xiao to display such amazing alchemy skills, and the medicinal pills he condensed were of such superb quality. This Ling Xiao's alchemy method is too powerful. 100 points is not too much. That makes sense. He's actually condensing a pill out of thin air. That's simply inconceivable. I really wonder who his master is. He might be a disciple of a certain Grandmaster Yin. The central region is so vast, so there's bound to be some old freaks who don't show themselves. It would be great if I could become Master Ling's disciple. In the future, I would be satisfied with just half of his abilities. Master Ling is so handsome. How great would it be if I could marry him? Hearing this score, Gu Longxing, Gu Li, and Gu Jiaojiao almost wanted to scream. Ling Zhao's performance was so outstanding, then their Gu family would benefit even more in the next few years. How could they not be excited? Even if it's 100 points, I won't add a few more points. This old man is too stingy. He even managed to condense 2 pills at the same time. Ling Xiao was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. Alright, the score has been evaluated. Are you willing to join the Dan Alliance and become an elder of our Dan Alliance? The supervising elder asked again. I think we should talk about such a serious matter in private when we have time. With so many people here, I'll feel embarrassed. Ling Xiao scratched his head, revealing a bit of shyness. He couldn't hastily agree. He had to think about this matter carefully before deciding. After all, this was related to his lifelong event, so he couldn't be careless. The supervising elder did not expect Ling Xiao to actually hesitate, and a hint of praise appeared in his eyes. He only lightly nodded his head. Then think about it carefully before coming to the Alchemist Guild to find me. With that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the plaza. Just as the supervising elder left, Gu Longxing impatiently walked in front of Ling Xiao and said, Master Ling, how can you reject the supervising elder's good intentions? How many people wish to enter the Dan Alliance, and you actually still have to consider it. Aya, quickly follow me to the Alchemist Guild and agree to the supervising elder's request. As the arbitrator of the Dan Alliance, Gu Longxing was well aware of the benefits of joining the Dan Alliance. Of course, he did not want Ling Xiao to miss this opportunity. Moreover, their Gu family had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao contributed to the Dan Alliance in the future and gained a foothold in the Dan Alliance, their Gu family would also have a strong helper. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about this later, let's quickly distribute the rewards." Gu Longxing still wanted to say something, but when he saw the determination in Ling Xiao's eyes, he swallowed his words. "All right, today we have witnessed the birth of a great young alchemist. He is the Gu family's representative, Ling Xiao. In this year's pill gathering, he has obtained first place. Medicine Sect's Huchen is second. Pill Sect's Qinzi is third. Yin Clan's Yanjun is fourth." The medicine sect elder began to announce. The surrounding alchemists could not help but exclaim the name Ling Xiao. The bustling scene had reached its peak. Ling Xiao's reward was a spatial ring. He did not pay attention to what was inside, but there was also a 7-star badge, which represented his current status as a Tier 7 alchemist. Now, no matter where he went, he would become a guest of honor of the various sections. If the title of First Emperor made him famous in the Central region, then the title of first place in this year's pill gathering allowed him to squeeze into the ranks of those with high statuses in the Central region. Even a generous force would have to give him some face. After the rewards were announced, other than Wan Yanlai, who quietly left, the other 9 of the 10 judges all came forward to congratulate Ling Xiao. "Great Master Ling is truly young and promising. We old fellows all feel ashamed." The medicine sect elder took the lead and said. The pill sect elder also said, "That's right, Great Master Ling is only 50 years old, but he has already reached such a level of attainment in the art of alchemy. This is truly worthy of celebration." "That's right, Great Master Ling. I am Miao Tai from the Heaven Returning Sect. Please take more photos in the future." "Great Master Ling, I am Yin Yong from the Yin clan. If you need our Yin clan's help in the future, just say the word." Ling Xiao only smiled and responded a few times. He wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. He really did not want to get entangled with these old things, especially when the pill sect elder said that he was only 50 years old. It made him feel extremely wronged. He thought to himself unhappily, "This young master is not even 30 years old, okay? You made me sound so old. How can I live?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, a loud and clear voice rang out. "Great Master Ling, please wait." A middle-aged man squeezed out from the crowd. He had a determined look, thick eyebrows, big eyes, wide shoulders, and a broad body. He was the type of man who had the strength of a middle-stage Empyrean. Ling Xiao looked at the person in confusion. He swore that he had never seen this person before. "I wonder if Great Master Ling can sell your top-grade Emperor Xiandan to me. I am the steward of the Xingyu City Auction House, Elder Su." Elder Su said respectfully to Ling Xiao. "Elder Su?" Ling Xiao sized up the middle-aged man. His gaze paused for a moment on his lower body, and thought disdainfully, "It's not as long as a bullwhip. I don't plan to sell it for the time being." Ling Xiao replied. "Great Master Ling, you have 2 top-grade Emperor Xiandan. There's no harm in selling one to me. I can give you 10 million high-grade profound crystals, and 3 stalks of low-level 7 spirit grass. How about it?" Su Zhang tempted. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people hurried over. "Great Master Ling, sell it to me. I will give you 12 million high-grade profound crystals, and 4 stalks of low-level 7 spirit grass." "Great Master Ling, I offer 15 million high-grade profound crystals and 4 stalks of low-level 7 spirit grass." "Great Master Ling, I offer 20 million high-grade profound crystals and 3 stalks of low-level 7 spirit grass." These people were all heavenly venerables. Looking at their rich and overbearing manner, they must be stewards of some big cities' auction houses or elders of some sections. If they obtained a top-grade Emperor Xiandan, it could increase the reputation and income of the auction house, or it could be given to their respective elders to help them break through to the Emperor stage and increase their own strength. If it was an ordinary Emperor Xiandan, It would not be worth it for them to spend so much money. But a top-grade Emperor Xian Dan was different. Apart from helping a peak heavenly venerable or a half-emperor to break through to the emperor stage, it could also help any emperor stage expert advance by one level. Its value was almost 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary Emperor Xian Dan. This was the reason why they were going crazy over it. Their frantic bids attracted the attention of many people. Those people also squeezed over. Some of them wanted to buy the supreme grade mystic Tharch elixir, while others just wanted to admire Ling Zhao's glory. I'm sorry everyone. I still have other uses for this supreme grade mystic Tharch elixir. I have no intention of selling it. Please make way. Ling Xiao was surrounded by these people, and many of them even took the opportunity to grope his body. He really could not take it anymore. In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to fight his way out and return to the Gu family's residence. In Ling Zhao's eyes, this top-grade Emperor Xian Dan was worth more than that. One of them was naturally for Lu Kun to use to break through to the emperor stage, while the other one had other uses. When he returned to the Gu family, Gu Li and Gu Jiaojiao had already returned. They had already brought the news that Ling Xiao had won first place to the others. At this moment, everyone came out to welcome Ling Xiao at the door. Lu Kun was the first to rush out. He bowed and said, "Congratulations to young master for winning first place this time." At this moment, he could not hide the excitement in his heart. As long as his young master was happy and gave him the top-grade Emperor Xian Dan, he would be able to become an emperor. Congratulations, young Master Ling. Li Shui also stepped forward and said. Yao Qingmin hugged Ling Zhao's arm happily. She looked as if she could not wait for Ling Xiao to immediately pluck her. Bing Ruoshui, Yi Yinfeng, and the Gu family also offered their congratulations. When they returned to the hall, they did not immediately give the top-grade Emperor Xian Dan to Lu Kun. Instead, they made him spread a piece of news. This news would also be the beginning of Ling Zhao's gathering of forces. Chapter 707. The news that the Gu clan's representative Ling Xiao had won first place spread throughout the medicine capital the next day. This was the first time in the last 10,000 years that the medicine school had missed out on first place. Ling Xiao instantly became the focus of every discussion in the medicine capital. Have you heard? That Gu clan's representative, Ling Xiao, actually won the first place in this year's pill gathering. He only used a single set of medicinal herbs to refine 2 supreme-grade emperor pills at the same time, suppressing the 2 monstrous geniuses of the medicine sect, Wuxia and Danzong. The 2 of them had refined the mystic Tharch elixir of the wind and thunder elements. Unfortunately, compared to Master Ling Xiao, they're still lacking. Yesterday's strange phenomena appeared one after another. Was the green light that filled the sky caused by Master Ling? That's right. I was watching from afar. The green light lasted for dozens of breaths before disappearing. Oh right, I also heard that Master Ling Xiao and the newly born first emperor, Ling Xiao, are the same person. It can't be right? How can this great Master Ling Xiao be so abnormal? The first emperor-level expert is already very arrogant, but he actually snatched the first place in the elixir meeting competition. By the way, I just heard another piece of news. Master Ling is recruiting followers, and anyone who has reached the peak of the heavenly venerable stage or half-Tharch stage in the wood element can try. If Master Ling takes a liking to them, they will be rewarded with a top-grade mystic Tharch pill. Is this for real? Master Ling is actually so forthright? Why is the news different? I heard that Master Ling is recruiting followers in large numbers. Anyone who is willing to be loyal to him can try. If he takes a liking to them, they'll be heavily trained. Is there such a good thing? I'm an earthly sovereign. I wonder if Master Ling will take a liking to me. Don't embarrass yourself. He only recruits followers who are at least at the celestial venerable level. In the Wanyan clan's territory, Wanyan Lai, Wanyan Kong, and the others gathered together. Didn't you say that your plan would be foolproof? Wanyan Lai stared at Wanyan Kong and shouted. After the end of the competition yesterday, the rankings of the various families were also out. Their Wanyan family and Zhuang family had both fallen out of the top 10 of the Dan Alliance, and were replaced by the newly promoted Lu family and Azure Bamboo sect, while the Gu family had also risen from 9th to 6th place with Ling Zhao's outstanding performance. In fact, based on the results, the Gu family could easily squeeze into the top 3. However, Ling Xiao was an external helper, not a member of the Gu family. Therefore, being able to rise to the 6th place was already considered very favorable treatment. Wang Yanlai felt extremely aggrieved. They had been suppressing the Gu family all these years, and they felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. But now, not only were they being suppressed by others, but they were also kicked out of the top 10. If it was anyone else, they would not feel good. Wang Yankong revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "Elder Lai, this matter is already flawless, but Sha Tian's people underestimated Ling Zhao's strength. A low-level celestial master and a mid-level celestial master were actually not a match for Ling Xiao. Alright, there's no point in saying this now. The outcome cannot be changed. Right now, I just want that little bastard to die. All of you, think of a way to make him disappear as soon as possible." Wang Yanlai waved his hand impatiently and said, "Elder Lai, the only way is to spread the news of the ancient killing token's disappearance." Another Wang Yan family disciple said. Wang Yanlai thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. It's a pity that the Gu family didn't come to the alchemy gathering this time. Otherwise, we could go find the Gu family. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to take Ling Zhao's head. I really want to see the glorious Master Ling become a street rat that everyone wants to kill. Ling Xiao, who had become an influential figure, was currently sleeping on a soft bed. Beside him were 2 beautiful white bodies. Last night, Ling Xiao had actually slept with Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin. Ling Xiao looked at these beauties with their own characteristics and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Long ago, Ling Xiao had been fantasizing about sleeping with all of them. Who knew that a pleasant surprise would appear last night? Going back to last night, after a day of exhaustion, his body and mind were exhausted. After dinner, he returned to his room to rest. At that time, he also wanted to ask Bing Ruoshui to accompany him for the night, but her master Li Shui and senior sister Yao Qingmin were both present, making it difficult for him to ask. Therefore, he went back alone and went to sleep. He didn't think about who the person who attacked him today was, nor did he think about whether or not he should join the Dan Alliance. After all, refining the top-grade Emperor Xian Dan had squeezed out most of his spirit energy and mental strength. Who would have thought that not long after he laid on the bed, Bing Ruoshui would actually sneak into his room. Beauties came from cold windows, so Ling Xiao naturally let her live in a warm blanket. Who would have thought that after their first battle, Yao Qingmin would actually come? The girl even gently knocked on the door and said, "Young master, this servant Qingmin is here to warm your bed." This blatant temptation caused the raging fire that had just subsided in Ling Xiao to burn once again. Bing Ruoshui originally wanted to avoid it, but she was forced to stay by Ling Xiao. Then Yao Qingmin, who was outside the door, was also let in by Ling Xiao. When the 2 girls met, Bing Ruoshui's face was so embarrassed that it seemed as if blood was dripping from it. Her delicate body was nestled in the blanket, not daring to move at all. On the other hand, Yao Qingmin, this girl, actually tried to seduce Ling Xiao by stripping. Ling Xiao didn't even wait for her to finish taking off her clothes before throwing her onto the bed, properly teaching her how to be a good bed-warming maid. Thus, there was the scene of the 3 of them sleeping together. Looking at the 2 satisfied and unconscious girls, Ling Xiao was exceptionally happy. He couldn't help but fantasize that one day, he would throw all of his women onto a huge bed. However, the more women there were, the greater the pressure. If he couldn't suppress them, then the trouble would not be a joke. When the 3 of them woke up, it was already late in the morning. Bing Ruoshui's beautiful face was still completely red, and she didn't dare to look straight at Ling Xiao. Yao Qingmin was obviously much more open than Bing Ruoshui. She even carelessly hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him a few times, saying, "Young master, I'm already your servant girl. You can't abandon me in the future." Ling Xiao pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "As long as you remember to serve young master well like last night, young master will not abandon you. If you don't serve him well, then there's nothing you can do. Don't worry, This servant will definitely do her best to serve young master. Now, let this servant help young master change his clothes. Yao Qingmen said in a sweet voice. Bing Ruoshui admired this senior sister of hers. She always boldly pursued what she liked. She was even wondering if she should also put down her reservations and properly serve Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao and the two girls arrived at the hall, Gu Wei quickly walked over and said, Master Ling, you've finally woken up. If you still haven't woken up, I would have gone in to call you. Looking at Gu Wei's anxious expression, Ling Xiao knew that the news of Lu Kun had already spread. He smiled and said, Elder Gu, why are you in such a hurry? Before Gu Wei could say anything, Yi Yunfeng immediately said from the side, Boss, there are a lot of people outside who want to see young master. They all want to be your followers. Ling Xiao nodded and said, And I understand. Let them all wait. Just say that I'm going into seclusion for a month. Boss, isn't that inappropriate? Yi Yunfeng asked, puzzled. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Just do as I say. Yi Yunfeng nodded and walked out of the room. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't go into seclusion at this time. He restrained his aura and rushed towards the alchemist guild from another direction. Ling Xiao was wearing the attire of an alchemist with a shining 7-star badge on his chest. Along the way, many people couldn't help but bow slightly when they saw the 7-star badge on his chest and greet him. Master, please help me find the supervising elder, and tell him that Ling Xiao requests an audience. Ling Xiao said to the gatekeeper when he arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. The gatekeeper immediately bowed to Ling Xiao and said, So it's Master Ling. The guardian elder has already instructed that Master Ling can directly enter the inner hall to find him. Please follow me. When the gatekeeper saw Ling Xiao's young appearance, he thought to himself, This Master Ling is really too young. Ling Xiao was only in his 20s and already had Empyrean rank strength. His appearance wouldn't change for several hundred years. Moreover, as long as he could maintain this kind of advancement speed, his appearance would be fixed when he reached the sacred rank. At that time, he could forever maintain his youthful appearance and never look old. Ling Xiao responded and followed the gatekeeper into the inner hall of the Alchemist Guild. After passing by pavilion after pavilion, the gatekeeper finally stopped and pointed to the innermost pavilion and said, Master Ling, the supervising elder is inside. I can only bring you up to here. You can go in yourself. Ling Xiao nodded and walked towards that pavilion. Just as he approached the door of the attic, the closed door automatically opened, and an old voice sounded, Come in. Ling Xiao walked straight in, and went straight to the second floor. The supervising elder sat cross-legged on a cushion. He looked at Ling Xiao and went straight to the point. Have you thought it through? Ling Xiao liked the supervising elder to speak like this. It was straightforward and straightforward. I can join the Dan Alliance, but I have conditions. Ling Xiao replied. The supervising elder smiled. The layers of wrinkles on his face were as ugly as the bark of an old tree. You're the first person to talk about conditions. If it was someone else, I would definitely kick them out. But it's you, I won't do that. He paused for a moment before continuing. Tell me, what are your conditions? I only have one condition, and that is, I will only be a guest elder of the Dan Alliance. I will not stay here for long. I have my own things to do, and I do not want to be restricted in any way. Ling Xiao said. Guest elder was an honorific title given to powerful external helpers by many sects and clans. It was similar to the consecrated elder, but it was even higher and freer than the consecrated elder. Only when the sect or clan was in trouble would they choose to lend a helping hand. It's that simple? The supervising elder was stunned for a moment before asking. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, It's that simple. What does senior think? If you can't agree, then I can only not join. Chapter 708. The Dan Alliance was a joint organization. Other than the top 10 members who could enjoy free resources every year, the rest of the members who joined the Dan Alliance could apply for and issue any request to the Dan Alliance. For example, if a sect or family needed a certain kind of pill and was unable to refine it themselves, they could submit an application to the Dan Alliance. After the Dan Alliance's decision, they could issue an internal mission, allowing the members who could refine this kind of pill to choose to accept this mission to help them complete the refining of the pill, and all of the costs involved would be settled by the internal members of the Dan Alliance. Or perhaps some sects or families that did not belong to the Dan Alliance needed to buy a large amount of pills from the Dan Alliance. Then the Dan Alliance would also issue missions to its members in a fair manner, allowing its members to receive favors. It could be said that the Dan Alliance was a platform for trading pills, a platform that benefited many alchemy sects or families that joined the Dan Alliance. This was also the reason why those sects or families that joined the Dan Alliance were willing to contribute to the Dan Alliance. It was because while they were contributing, they had also obtained a lot of income. There were definitely so many martial warriors in the central region, and there were fights and killings happening at every moment, so any martial warriors would have a lot of pills prepared. They didn't know how to refine pills, so they had to think of a way to buy them. The Dan Alliance had undoubtedly solved their problem. As long as one had enough profound crystal, they could get any kind of pill they wanted. These pill refining missions were not something that a single sect could handle. In the end, it was up to the various sects or families in the Dan Alliance to take care of these missions. Ling Xiao had obtained all of this information from Gu Wei. After much consideration, Ling Xiao decided to request the supervising elder to be a guest elder. He would be able to establish his own power very soon, and once he succeeded, he would need the influence of the Dan Alliance to deepen his own power. At the same time, he would be able to obtain a lot of resources from the Dan Alliance, and the Dan Alliance would not let him join for no reason, so he was prepared to do something for the Dan Alliance. The supervising elder quickly agreed to Ling Xiao's request, and at the same time, stated the conditions for Ling Xiao to join the Dan Alliance. That was Ling Xiao had to complete at least 3 level 7 missions for the Dan Alliance every year. The so-called 7th level mission referred to refining pills above the 7th level, and when Ling Xiao completed these 3 missions, 30% of the reward would go to the Dan Alliance, while 70% would belong to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao agreed to this condition without even thinking about it. With his current strength, refining a 7th grade medicinal pill was already a piece of cake for him. After the two of them reached an agreement, Ling Xiao's name would also be arranged into the list of Dan Alliance's arbitration elders, and become the chief guest elder of Dan Alliance. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the private room, the supervising elder faintly asked, "The palm technique you used to refine pills is the shadow flame palm?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the supervising elder and asked, "Supervising elder, you also know about the shadow flame palm? How could I not recognize the medicine sect's unique fire-controlling palm technique?" The supervisor sighed, and a hint of loneliness flashed across his old eyes. Ling Xiao looked at the supervising elder's strange expression, and his heart moved. He once again sat down and waited quietly. The supervising elder sighed once again. The medicine sect, the medicine gate, and the pill sect were once known as the most outstanding 3 sects of alchemy. At that time, the medicine sect's reputation was even higher than the medicine gates. Unfortunately, the medicine sect was unfortunate, and fell into a situation where the entire sect was killed. Sigh, the past has become a sad memory. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. I never thought that you would actually know the flaming shadow hand. Can you tell me how you learned it? Ling Xiao immediately told the supervising elder about how he obtained the first treasure in the desolate mountain range. It was just that he hid some of the things that he needed to hide. After the supervising elder heard this, he pondered for a moment and said to himself, "I thought there were still old friends here, but it seems like it was just my wishful thinking." He paused for a moment, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Take a good look, this is the real flame shadow hand." Once the supervising elder had finished speaking, he waved his palms casually. At first, the palms looked as slow as Tai Chi, but the more he watched, the faster the palms moved. There were also more and more of them, so much so that he could no longer tell which were the real palms. It was as if every single palm was a real existence, and these palms carried a mysterious and difficult to understand path, making it impossible for anyone to touch them. It was as mysterious as a profound martial arts palm technique. Ling Xiao was momentarily dazed. He had been using the flame shadow palm for a few years now, and he felt that he could use it to the highest level of 49 palms. But now, it seems that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well, and his understanding and usage of the flame shadow palm was still a level lower. Even though Ling Xiao had received the divine alchemist's inheritance from the obsidian cauldron, and there were many brilliant fire control techniques within it, he had not had the time to cultivate them. Furthermore, he had been using the flame shadow palm for a few years now and felt that it was very smooth. All he needed to do was to perfect it, and he felt that it would not be any worse than the fire control techniques from the divine alchemist's inheritance. Now it seems that he no longer needed to purposely improve it. The supervising elder before him had already helped him achieve this goal. As he stared at the palms, the flame shadow palm's incantation appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. His palms began to dance unconsciously, and he gradually felt that he had gained a new understanding of the flame shadow palm. He was now able to deeply understand the subtleties of this palm technique. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ling Xiao finally stopped waving his palms. He stared at the supervising elder who had stopped and was now staring at him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "Supervising elder, you're a member of the medicine sect?" Ling Xiao asked, smacking his lips. The medicine sect has long disappeared into the long river of history. However, the supervising elder knows the flame shadow palm. "What does this mean?" The supervising elder replied faintly. "What does it matter if I do or not? I've long forgotten what I should have forgotten. Even if I do remember it, it would only be empty memories. You may leave. Be careful when you leave." When Ling Xiao saw that the supervising elder had closed his eyes, he immediately rose to his feet and bowed towards the supervising elder. He then turned around and walked out of the loft. He did not understand the meaning behind the supervising elder's last sentence. Could it be that the supervising elder knows who is trying to harm me? The supervising elder watched as Ling Xiao left. A voice echoed in his heart. "At least the sect's inheritance has not been severed. You can all rest in peace now." After Ling Xiao had left the loft, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to the Medicine Alchemists Guild's hall where missions were issued. He had to complete 3 rank 7 missions a year. He did not have the leisure to come to the medicine capital 3 times a year. Thus, he decided to see if there were any missions available. He would accept them here and complete them first. Before he reached the hall where missions were issued, Gu Longxing ran out of nowhere and said respectfully, "Thank you, Master Ling. Congratulations, Master Ling." He first thanked Ling Xiao as a member of the Gu family. The second congratulated Ling Xiao personally, because he already knew that Ling Xiao had become the Alchemy Guild's chief guest elder. "Elder Xing, you're too polite. I'm just completing the mission that Brother Gu Qin gave me," Ling Xiao replied humbly. "Hee, Master Ling, you're too humble. From now on we'll be colleagues. Please take care of me, Master Ling," Gu Longxing said humbly to Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had become the new boss of the Dan Alliance, their Gu family and Ling Xiao were on good terms, so of course they had to take the lead in building a good relationship. "Haha, you're too kind," Ling Xiao replied. He then asked, "By the way, Elder Xing, I'd like to take on 3 level 7 quests. Could you please introduce me to how to take on these quests?" 3 level 7 missions? Gu Longxing was stunned for a moment before asking. Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao said. "Master Ling, I know you're a level 7 alchemist, but you don't have to take on a level 7 mission. You have to know that those level 7 missions are not easy to complete," Gu Longxing said. "Ugh, what's the meaning of this?" Ling Xiao asked again. Gu Longxing said, "Come with me. We'll talk as we walk." Thus, the two of them walked side by side towards the direction of the mission hall. Through Gu Longxing's words, Ling Xiao knew that the mission to reach the 7th level was not as easy as he had imagined. This was because many of the large families and aristocratic families in the Dan Alliance had a 7th level alchemist. If there was a 7th level mission, they would usually choose it first, and the remaining 7th level missions were all the most difficult to refine pills. Ordinary 7th level alchemists would not be able to complete them, and would only be able to complete such a difficult mission if they had reached the Saint Alchemist level. Therefore, Gu Longxing advised Ling Xiao not to accept the 7th level mission for the time being. If he accepted the mission and did not complete it, the Dan Alliance would also carry out a certain punishment. Gu Longxing suggested that Ling Xiao take on a 5th or 6th level mission first. When there was a simpler 7th level mission in the future, he would take it on behalf of Ling Xiao. So that's how it is. Let's go and have a look first, Ling Xiao said. He thought to himself, it turns out that the old guy's requirements are really high, but it's not a problem for me. The Alchemist Association's mission issuing office was very simple. It was just a large hall with various kinds of missions pasted on it. A wide variety of medicinal pill names or requirements were written on it, with detailed notes on the issuing time and completion time of the requirements. In the hall, there was an old man who was responsible for registering missions. From Gu Longxing's words, Ling Xiao knew that most of the missions here were extremely simple. They were for those small sects or small clans to gain some benefits. Some of the missions were difficult to complete, and were waiting for those who could complete the mission to take it. As for the easy missions, they had already been pre-booked or taken by others. Ling Xiao directly went to the place where the 7th level mission was issued. Looking at the requirements, he couldn't help but smile. Is this the hardest level 7 mission to complete? What a headache. This is simply an insult to the word hardest. Ling Xiao chuckled, then went forward and tore up the 3 mission sheets hanging on the wall. Master Ling, what are you doing? This is a mission that no one has dared to accept for more than 10 years. How could you accept it? Gu Longxing said anxiously from the side. Chapter 709. Seeing Ling Xiao accept 3 level 7 missions that no one had done for decades, Gu Longxing felt that his brain couldn't wrap itself around it. He had spent so much effort to persuade Ling Xiao, but he still couldn't make him understand the difficulty of this mission. It's okay, I can complete these missions. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Is this real or fake? Once you've registered and accepted the mission, you have to complete it. If you don't, you'll be punished. Even if the supervising elder protects you, I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep your position. Gu Longxing warned with surprise and good intentions. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. He took the 3 mission sheets to the registration office. Please help me register. I want to do these 3 missions. When the old man saw the 3 missions Ling Xiao brought, his old eyes burst with a strange light. Then he looked up at Ling Xiao. Are you sure you want to accept these 3 missions? Ling Xiao nodded and said, I'm sure and certain. Good. No wonder you are favored by the supervising elder. These 3 missions have been issued for decades, but no one has touched them. I didn't expect the guest elder to accept them as soon as he arrived. Good courage. The old man couldn't help but praise. Then he added, if there are good missions in the future, I, Old Yang, will be the first to save them for you. Old Yang, you can't favor one and discriminate against another. You should also leave a few good missions for our Gu family, Gu Longxing said fawningly, who knew that the old man didn't even look at Gu Longxing. He immediately registered the missions and said to Ling Xiao, you have accepted the missions and the time limit is 1 year. If you don't have enough materials, you can buy them from the Herb Hall. You are now a guest elder, so you can ask the Herb Hall to pay you in advance. After the missions are completed, you can deduct it from the reward. Yes, I understand. But I will come back in half a month at most. Ling Xiao nodded. It's good for a young man to have confidence, but don't be blindly arrogant. Okay, you can go. The old man handed the mission sheet to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say much. He nodded and went out with Gu Longxing. This elder Yang is also an elder of the Dan Alliance. He usually doesn't like to talk, but it seems like he admires you quite a bit, Gu Longxing said from the side. He was not angry because the old man had ignored him just now. I think he's quite easy to talk to, Ling Xiao replied. He then added, Elder Xing, please wait. I'll go out by myself. Gu Longxing didn't force the issue. After saying a few more nice words, he watched Ling Xiao leave. After walking out of the Alchemist Association, Ling Xiao immediately felt a strange feeling, just like the feeling he had before he was ambushed. However, this time the number of people on the other side was a lot more than before. They had all concealed their presence, but Ling Xiao could rely on his mental strength to completely sense their existence. However, none of them had any intention of making a move. They seemed to be waiting for a better opportunity. That's fine. I also want to know who wants my life. Ling Xiao thought to himself. In the next moment, his figure began to madly rush out of the city. When he left the gates of the medicine capital, 8 people finally appeared, exploding with their fastest speed to chase after him. Ling Xiao's speed was neither slow nor fast. It was just enough for the 8 of them to catch up. When he arrived outside the desolate land, he stopped and turned around to wait for the 8 of them to arrive. Each of the 8 assassins had the strength of a mid-level Empyrean. They separated and surrounded Ling Xiao. Who told you to come? The Wanyan family? Ling Xiao looked at the 8 people and asked calmly. Dead people don't need to know the answer. One of them said faintly. Then he took the lead and raised his own aura, locking onto Ling Xiao. The other 7 did the same. The aura of 8 mid-level Empyrean was enough to imprison an ordinary high-level Empyrean. The 8 of them attacked at the same time, from 8 different directions. 8 cold auras cut through the body. Even if you don't speak, I still have a way to make you speak. Ling Xiao sneered, and his aura suddenly soared. The aura that the 8 people had locked onto him was immediately shaken off. The 8 swords seemed to have lost their target, and were unable to stab him. Ling Xiao's figure split into 24, and every 3 figures attacked one person at the same time. Every one of the figures threw out a powerful punch at the same time, and every punch was aimed at their vitals. The 8 people were all shocked. For a moment, they couldn't tell which was Ling Xiao's real body, so they could only use all their strength to destroy the figures in front of them. Ling Xiao's doppelgangers were just to distract the enemy. His real body arrived in front of the person who had just spoken, and a storm of fists rained down on him. That person was not to be trifled with. He blasted out waves of sword energy in an attempt to kill the 3 figures in front of him. However, when his sword came into contact with Ling Xiao's dragon fist, it was ruthlessly smashed into 2. He was shocked and hurriedly retreated, shouting, "The real body is here. Do you think you can escape?" Ling Xiao rushed forward and instantly grabbed that person's neck. Immediately after, his whole body flew high into the air, and he ruthlessly smashed the person in his hand into the ground. Bang! That person landed heavily on the ground, and a deep pit appeared. Stone chips and dust flew everywhere. The other 7 people no longer dared to be careless, and they immediately deduced their small universe. The power of the 7 worlds pressed down on Ling Xiao, and the aura was terrifying. Ling Xiao muttered, "I don't have time to play with you guys." After saying that, his spiritual energy split into 7, and 7 invisible golden dragon spear shadows bombarded the 7 heavenly venerables' knowledge seas. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, and the 7 people crashed heavily from the sky at the same time. These 7 people had actually been killed by Ling Xiao at the same time. Anyone who saw such a terrifying slaughter would probably feel their scalp go numb. The person who had just climbed out of the ground realized that they had completely underestimated their opponent, and there was only one word in his mind: escape. He did not even have the courage to fight Ling Xiao. He was a cold-blooded killer, but he was also someone who was afraid of death. His speed was very fast, but Ling Xiao's spiritual energy talismans were even faster. That person stopped as if he was in a daze, and his entire face was extremely distorted. It was obvious that he was doing some kind of difficult struggle. Ling Xiao frowned and did not move, and the spiritual energy talismans continued to be sent over. Suddenly, just as Ling Xiao was about to control that person actually collapsed, and his aura completely disappeared in the next moment. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and found that the person's face was black. He had actually committed suicide by consuming poison. Don't think that everything is over just because you're dead. Ling Xiao frowned and said hatefully. Then he sat down cross-legged and spread his mental strength in all directions. Like a spider web, it covered a radius of thousands of meters. He did this to completely absorb the souls of these 8 dead people. He wanted to obtain the memories of these 8 people. He wanted to know who wanted his life. Souls could not be touched at all, and could not be seen clearly. Only spiritual energy could sense them. They had been killed by Ling Xiao in a second, and their soul power had almost been destroyed. Fortunately, there were some scattered souls, and they were all absorbed by Ling Xiao into his consciousness. After sitting quietly for a while, Ling Xiao finally extracted the related memories of those souls. It must be said that each soul memory was different, but it was just enough to find the information that Ling Xiao needed. Shatian. Ancient killing token. Hee, this is really interesting. Ling Xiao muttered with a ferocious look. Then he said to himself, "Don't worry, I will definitely flatten all of you in the near future." From the memories, Ling Xiao finally knew why he was being hunted down. It turned out that these people were from an assassin organization called Shatian. They also knew that the Gu family had spread the ancient killing token, and the Gu family wanted to take Ling Xiao's head, so they appeared. An assassin organization, they only killed for benefits, and the benefits that the Gu family promised were just right to move them. Unfortunately, the information they obtained was not comprehensive, because they did not know that Ling Xiao had already broken through to the mid-level Empyrean realm. As a result, the two people in the first wave were easily killed by Ling Xiao, and the second wave did not show any signs of weakness to Ling Xiao. However, they did not know how deep Ling Xiao's cards were, so they were unable to contend with him. As a result, they failed once again. However, Sha Tian, knowing this information, seems to be deliberately done by someone else. It seems that the Wanyan family is definitely involved. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He had to figure out his enemies one by one before he could kill them all. He had always adhered to the principle that if people did not offend him, he would not offend them, but if people offended him, he would return the favor tenfold. This was Ling Xiao, a proud and arrogant man. Ling Xiao collected the space rings of these 8 people one by one before rushing back to the medicine capital. However, before he returned, he changed out of his alchemist attire, took off the 7-star emblem, and let his flowing hair down to cover most of his handsome face. He wanted to be a sneak attacker and let others have a taste of being sneak attacked. In the Wanyan family's residence, Wanyan Lai asked his family members, "Has the news been spread?" Wanyan Kong nodded. "It has been spread out. Now most people in the medicine capital know that Ling Xiao is someone that the Gu family wants to kill. But what?" Wanyan Lai asked. "But I heard another piece of news about Ling Xiao," Wanyan Kong said. "Speak." Wanyan Lai frowned. Wanyan Kong continued. He announced his identity as the first emperor-level master. Everyone knows that Ling Xiao is not only the champion of the elixir gathering, but also the first emperor-level master. At the same time, he announced that he is recruiting followers. As long as they are sincere, they can go and try to become his follower. Once he takes a liking to them, he will give them all kinds of pills that can increase their strength, including a top-grade mysterious emperor pill. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to use this motley crew to fight against the Gu family? Wanyan Lai narrowed his eyes and muttered. He paused for a moment, then said, "No matter what, I want to hear his head fall to the ground before I return to the family." He should. Once Sha Tian's people act, they won't stop until they are dead. No matter where he hides, he will be hunted down. Even if the Gu family takes care of him, he will still be killed. This is the consequence of going against the Gu family, Wanyan Kong said fiercely. Well said. However, if you go against this young master, your end will be even more miserable. A cold voice came from a corner. Chapter 710. Wanyan Lai, Wanyan Kong, and the others did not expect that someone would sneak into their residence. Who dares to eavesdrop on us? Wanyan Lai, who was a half-step sovereign, shouted. At the same time, he slammed his palm out of the window. The strong wind blew the wall apart. Boom. The wall collapsed and a figure slowly walked out of the smoke. It was as if Wanyan Lai's palm had not caused any harm to this person. Wanyan Lai, Wanyan Kong, and the others narrowed their eyes. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would show himself so soon after they mentioned him. "I didn't expect that you would dare to come here." Wanyan Lai spread out his divine telekinesis, and found that Ling Xiao was the only one nearby. He was a half-step sovereign. Why would he be afraid of a mere mid-level heavenly master? That was obviously impossible. Aren't I delivering myself to your doorstep for you to kill? I just don't know if you have the ability. Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. Ha, I didn't want to kill you in broad daylight. I didn't want people to say that our Wanyan family is ungentlemanly. Now that you've come to us, let me take you down. Wanyan Kong sneered and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. Wanyan Kong was very confident because he was a peak mid-level heavenly master. He also had the help of his family's elders. He felt that it was enough to take down Ling Xiao. A powerful throat claw, with a strong wind that tore the air apart, grabbed Ling Xiao's neck. The claw was very fast and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ling Xiao. Die! Wanyan Kong shouted viciously. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes flashed with a sharp light, and one of his hands moved quickly. Crack! Ah! The sound of a bone breaking was the first to be heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Wanyan Kong held his wrist and retreated hurriedly. Obviously, his hand had been broken by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's fleshly body was comparable to a sacred artifact. Would Wanyan Kong's claw be able to withstand his punch? Do you think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength? Let me tell you the gap between an Empyrean and an Emperor rank. Wanyan Lai roared, and his Emperor-ranked aura pressed down towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, his figure flickered, and a flaming palm smashed down towards Ling Xiao's chest. His first move was an all-out attack, ready to take down Ling Xiao in the shortest time possible. You won't have the chance. Ling Xiao just stood there and responded indifferently. His body didn't even move, but his mental energy was already being extracted crazily. His mental power transformed into countless blades that slashed at Wanyan Lai's sea of consciousness. As a 7th-rank alchemist, Wanyan Lai was very sensitive to spiritual energy. However, he was too close to Ling Xiao. Even if he could sense it, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. He felt as if his sea of knowledge was being turned upside down by countless sharp blades, and his mind was in chaos. Ah! Wanyan Lai clutched his head and screamed miserably. With a flash of silver light, Wanyan Lai's head was instantly chopped off. At some point, a strange longsword had appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. A smear of bright red blood was still slowly dripping from the tip of the sword. You killed Elder Lai. Wanyan Kong stared at Ling Xiao with his eyes wide open. The other members of the Wanyan family were still in a daze. Wanyan Lai was a dignified quasi-emperor rank expert, and he was one of the top experts in the central region. However, his head had been chopped off in the blink of an eye. This was simply unbelievable. Don't worry, all of you can go down and accompany him soon. Ling Xiao murmured. His figure began to move, and the ice and fire sword in his hand carried bursts of blue flames as it swept towards the few people. 2 of them hadn't even recovered from their shock when their heads were chopped off. The others didn't dare to fight against Ling Xiao, and they immediately split up and fled in different directions. Ling Xiao was already here, so how could he let them escape? He split his psychic energy into several strands and bombarded the fleeing people. Before they could escape far, they felt a sharp pain in their knowledge seas, and each of them fell from the sky. They didn't even know what had happened until they died. A bunch of trash dared to plot against this young master. They really overestimated themselves. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully before collecting all their space rings and disappearing from the spot. Just as Ling Xiao left, the medicine capital's law enforcement team hurried over. When they saw the dead Wanyan family members who didn't have the slightest injury, they were all shocked. Who did it? The law enforcement elder frowned. Another person said from the side. Could it be Sha Tian's people again? It shouldn't be. Sha Tian's people don't have the ability to kill them all silently. The law enforcement elder said. He then said, the Gu family's ancient kill order has just been issued, but someone actually started to take the opportunity to cause trouble. I must report this matter to the city lord, and have him send more people to guard the medicine capital. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the medicine capital will be killed without mercy. Boss, you're back? Yi Yunfeng saw Ling Xiao return, and immediately greeted him with a worried look on his face. And what happened? Ling Xiao responded. Boss, you went out for a whole day. More than half of the people outside have disappeared. Yi Yunfeng said anxiously. Just because of this? Ling Xiao asked. Isn't that so? Boss, I know you asked Uncle Lu to spread the news to recruit people, but they're already here. Why don't you meet them? Yi Yinfeng asked puzzledly. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't answer. Instead he said, Yinfeng, your cultivation is good, but you still lack consideration when doing things. Think about it carefully and you'll understand what I mean. I'm really going to close up now. Just ask Uncle Lu to keep an eye on those people. After saying that, Ling Xiao ignored Yi Yinfeng and asked Gu Wei to empty out the only alchemy room. He wanted to complete the 3 level 7 missions first. Gu Wei didn't say anything else and immediately arranged for Ling Xiao to leave. In the alchemy room, Ling Xiao took out the 3 missions. The first mission was seeking to purchase an earth and metal dual mystic Tharch elixir. The second mission was seeking to purchase an elixir that can destroy the heavenly Yin meridian. The third mission was seeking to purchase an elixir that can heal and restore the spiritual realm. These 3 tasks were extremely difficult tasks for an ordinary grade 7 alchemist. The first mission was the earth and metal dual mystic Tharch elixir. This was an elixir that contained 2 different attributes. Ordinary alchemists felt that it was very unrealistic to want to separate their essence into one elixir. The second mission was the heavenly Yin meridian, an extremely rare physique. It was similar to the Heaven Gu body. The early stages of cultivation were extremely fast, but the lifespan was only 25 years. Once this age was exceeded, only death awaited. This kind of physique was usually a body of certain death. However, there were historical records that there was a certain kind of elixir that could destroy this meridian. It was just that the speed of cultivation would become as slow as an ordinary person. The third mission was to find a type of elixir that could restore the spiritual realm. It was obvious that there was a problem with the sea of consciousness of an emperor, and they urgently needed this kind of elixir to help. Elixirs that could heal the sea of consciousness were extremely rare in any grade of elixir. Ordinary alchemists didn't know about the existence of this type of elixir. Even if they knew about it, it was extremely difficult to find high-grade spirit herbs that could repair the sea of consciousness. These 3 missions each had their own difficulty. Ordinary 7th grade alchemists didn't accept them. The deadline for handing over the elixir was not up yet, so they had been left there. If it was before Ling Xiao obtained the divine alchemist's inherited memories, he wouldn't dare to accept these 3 missions. That was because he didn't have the method to refine this type of elixir. But it was different now. He had the divine alchemist's inherited memories. The elixir formulas and refining methods from 1st to 8th grade were extremely comprehensive. It was like an encyclopedia that could be used just by taking it out. Moreover, he received a lot of benefits from the Gu clan. Among them were some level 7 spirit herbs. Wu Fu's half of the collection also had a lot of materials. In the 3rd level of the medicine cauldron, there were level 7 and level 8 spirit herbs that could be exchanged. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about the materials. However, he also planned that after completing these 3 missions, he would use the rewards he received to go to the herb hall to buy more high-grade spirit herbs in case of an emergency. During the half-month that Ling Xiao was in closed-door training, there were many strange phenomena descending in the sky above the Gu clan. This caused the people of the medicine capital to exclaim repeatedly. They also knew that the Gu clan had invited external help. The first emperor-level expert, Ling Xiao, was a genuine 7th grade alchemist. The number of rogue cultivators gathered outside the Gu clan didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. It was really lively. However, with the spread of the Gu clan's Gu kill order, many people who were afraid of death hurriedly left with their tails between their legs. Although they felt that following Ling Xiao wasn't bad, they didn't want to offend the Gu clan. Moreover, that Gu kill order was like a life-threatening talisman. Once they were stained by it, they would certainly be in a situation where there was no chance of survival. Everyone sighed inwardly. Perhaps Ling Xiao was going to die young. Ling Xiao hadn't come out of closed-door training yet. The number of people gathered outside the Gu clan gradually decreased from several hundred to a dozen. During this half-month, people from several big alchemy sects and aristocratic families had come to visit Ling Xiao one after another. All of them had brought a lot of gifts. It seemed that they wanted to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. They had come to congratulate Ling Xiao on becoming a guest elder of the Dan Alliance. On this day, people from the medicine sect and the Dan faction had also come to visit. These two factions were the leaders of the alchemy forces. It was reasonable to say that they wouldn't come to curry favor with Ling Xiao. However, they had come now. The ones who had come to visit were unexpectedly Hua Chun and Qin Zi. Following them were the outstanding alchemists of the two factions. Gu Wei, Gu Li, Gu Jiaojiao, and the others had no choice but to eagerly receive them. Zizi, let's go. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao won't come out of closed-door training for a while. Hua Chun said to Qin Zi. If you want to go, you can go first. I'm going back to the Dan faction today. Since I have nothing to do, I'll wait for him here. Qin Zi replied indifferently. Why do you have to do this? You should know that he has a lot of female friends, Hua Chun said with slight dissatisfaction. It's normal for an outstanding man to have several wives and concubines, Qin Zi replied. Her gaze then fell on Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin who were sitting to the side. Are you all Ling Xiao's women? Before they could speak, a voice came from the back door. Could it be that the holy maiden has taken a fancy to them? This young master will not agree to your request. Chapter 711. The new leaders of the medicine school and the Dan school, two monstrous alchemists who were close to rank 7, had been tossed out by Ling Xiao. If word of this got out, everyone would think that it was crazy and unbelievable. Moreover, it happened in the medicine capital, a city directly under the medicine school, which was even more unbelievable. Everyone now knew that Ling Xiao was a lawless and daring fellow. He wouldn't be afraid of you just because you had a strong background. If he really wanted to beat you up or kill you, not even the Emperor of Heaven could stop him. If you were arrogant, he would be even more arrogant. If you were arrogant, he would be even more arrogant. If you were good to him, he would be even better. This was Ling Xiao, the one and only Ling Xiao, the future legend of the Central Territory, the tyrannical emperor. Hua Chun flew back as if he had gone mad. His handsome face had been beaten into a pig's head, making him look very ferocious. He stared at Ling Xiao and cursed, "You damned bastard, I'll kill you." As he spoke, he used the power of his small cube world. Blazing golden flames dyed the sky red. Do you really want to die? Ling Xiao roared. The people nearby were all shocked by these two people. The medicine capital was the largest city in the Central Territory, and few people dared to use force in the city. Now that Ling Xiao was fighting with the medicine school's top true disciple, how could it not attract their attention? Who's that pighead? How dare he provoke Grandmaster Ling? Is he really that bored? No matter who he is, if he dares to cause trouble in the medicine capital, he won't have a good ending. That pighead looks like Hua Chun from the medicine school. Did he get beaten up by Grandmaster Ling? What's going on? Is Hua Chun jealous of Grandmaster Ling and wants to silence him? Just as the two were about to fight, the law enforcement team arrived just in time. All of you, stop! A loud and clear voice came from afar. City Lord Sun Zheng had actually come with the law enforcers. How could Hua Chun listen to him? He had been beaten up by Ling Xiao to this extent. His injuries were a small matter, but his face was a big matter. He used his golden world of flames to suppress Ling Xiao. Countless flames transformed into a world of exotic flowers and plants. It looked very beautiful, but it contained great danger. Sun Zheng ignored the law enforcement team and increased his speed by several times. He hoped to be able to stop Hua Chun before he made his move. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Countless strange flowers and grasses wrapped Ling Xiao in layers with a strange golden flame. These flames contained some of the might of the heavenly fire, and ordinary things would be destroyed upon contact. Hua Chun laughed malevolently. Go to hell. My golden nether flame will burn you to ashes. This kind of heavenly flame is called gold-rending nether flame? Sounds pretty domineering. Ling Xiao murmured to himself, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. The blue demon flame in his sea of consciousness emitted a dazzling light. Ling Xiao's whole body emitted a blue flame that kept expanding and swallowed the golden flames little by little. Hua Chen's golden nether flame wasn't very strong because he had only refined a few strands of the golden nether flame sealed in the medicine sect. He hadn't completely refined it. Therefore, his golden nether flame wasn't a match for the blue demon flame. Instead, it was swallowed up and turned into fertilizer for the blue demon flame. Hua Chen looked at his own world energy, which was getting weaker and weaker. His eyes were filled with shock. That blue flame is strange. It can actually swallow my golden nether flame. Is this another kind of heavenly flame? Qinzi also discovered Ling Xiao's abnormality. She also had the energy of another kind of heavenly fire, so she could sense the pressure of the same origin that Ling Xiao was emitting. She felt the flame energy in her body have an urge to rush out of her body. During the elixir gathering grand competition, I sensed that this guy is extraordinary. It seems that I wasn't wrong. This man definitely has a heavenly jewel, Qinzi said with certainty in her heart. Hua Chen didn't dare to deduce the power of his world power anymore, so he hurriedly withdrew it. However, the blue flame was like a maggot that shot towards him. He had no choice but to hurriedly use his powerful energy to shake it off. He didn't dare to touch the flame. Ling Xiao wanted to flash and beat Hua Chen up again, and at the same time, absorb the energy of the heavenly fire in his body. However, Sun Zheng had already stepped between the two of them. What the hell is going on? Do you think that the medicine capital is your battlefield? Sun Zheng shouted with a sullen expression. Sun Zheng was the medicine capital's city lord, and he was also at the emperor stage. He was an elder of the medicine school, and his status was only inferior to the school's supreme elder. Even if he knew Hua Chen's identity, and he also knew Ling Xiao's identity, he still didn't need to be too polite. Of course, he was still very afraid that Ling Xiao's towering guard would appear. That fellow was extremely terrifying. You should ask him about that. Does he think that he can bully others just because he's a disciple of the medicine school? Although this young master is honest and kind, I'm not someone who can be easily bullied. Ling Xiao withdrew his aura. When the people from the medicine school and pill faction heard Ling Xiao's words, they felt a wave of contempt in their hearts. You bastard, you had your fill of beating people up just now. Yet you actually say that you're honest and kind? Is there any reason in this world? Ling Xiao, you have guts. I'll let you off today. However, don't think that you're safe just like that. The Gu clan's ancient slaughter token has been issued, so just wait for your death. Hua Chen revealed an arrogant expression as he roared with laughter, and then he glared fiercely at Qinzi. After that he paid no attention to the others, turned around, and vanished on the spot. That annoying fellow has finally disappeared. However, the days of the pill faction in the future might not be so good. Qinzi thought to herself as she gazed at Hua Chen's back. She really wanted to borrow Ling Xiao's hand to get rid of Hua Chen's persistent pestering. At the same time, she had some thoughts about Ling Xiao in her heart. She was a strong woman, a woman with a strong desire for control. She didn't like Hua Chen's pretentious behavior because Hua Chen not only fancied her, but also their pill faction. This made her feel disgusted. She absolutely wouldn't allow the pill faction to be suppressed by the medicine school. The sudden emergence of Ling Xiao made her want to use Ling Xiao. At the same time, she also wanted to know whether this legendary disciple of the demonic emperor met her requirements. Now, it seemed that everything was going according to plan. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Ling Xiao's immunity to her. The storm ended with the arrival of Sun Zheng. When Ling Xiao was about to go to the Alchemist Association to submit his task, Sun Zheng called out to him and said, "Grandmaster Ling, the Hua clan elder has invited you to the sect for a chat. I wonder if you have time?" The sect? The medicine school's land? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he asked. "That's right." Sun Zheng nodded and then said, "If you have time now, I can take you there." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before he replied, "I would like to go with you now, but you saw what happened just now. I'm afraid they won't welcome me." "You can rest assured. With the Hua clan elder here, no one will dare to do anything to you," Sun Zheng replied seriously. When Ling Xiao heard Sun Zheng say so, he nodded and said, "Then let's go." With the Earth Flaming Tiger, he really wasn't afraid that the medicine school would close their doors and deal with him. If that happened, the medicine school would have to pay a huge price. Ling Xiao accompanied Sun Zheng to the city lord's mansion, where there was a special transmission array. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had arrived at another place. This was a land of majestic mountains. Trees were tall, exotic flowers and herbs were everywhere, and spirit beasts could be seen everywhere. Spirit birds flew swiftly in the sky, and it made one feel as if they'd arrived at a beautiful mountain scenery. It allowed one's state of mind to instantly relax and enjoy everything beautiful here. Besides the beautiful scenery, the spirit energy here was much denser than other places, and just breathing it made one feel refreshed. Ling Xiao had been to many places, and he could sense that this place was probably a space that the medicine school had opened up. This was an unfathomable might that only those who had attained the saint rank could attain. What a great place. When I attain the saint rank one day, I'll also open up a better space. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. Sun Zheng glanced at Ling Xiao with astonishment. He'd really never expected that this young man before him would have such ambition. However, he begged to differ in his heart. Within the central region, there were very few people who had truly stepped into the saint rank, and who knew how many geniuses had long since been stuck at the emperor rank. He felt that stepping into the celestial realm was very unlikely, or at least he felt that he would never have such a chance in his lifetime. Let's go. Follow me. There are some places that you can't go casually, Sun Zheng said and took the lead to fly up. Ling Xiao nodded and followed behind Sun Zheng. As he sped along the way, he sensed that there were many auras of different sizes among the majestic mountains. They must be the people from the outer circle of the Medicine Academy. After passing through the mountain ridge, the scenery suddenly became clear. He saw that the boundless land was divided into many spirit fields of different sizes. There were many Medicine Academy disciples guarding the spirit fields, taking care of the spirit herbs of different ranks in the spirit fields. Ling Xiao revealed a shocked expression and muttered, "As expected of the #1 alchemy sect, they actually have such spiritual fields. They're at least 3rd to 5th grade spiritual fields." Suddenly, a snake-like spirit beast broke out of the ground in one of the spiritual fields. This spirit beast's body was bright red and smooth, and it was at least 20 to 30 meters long. Its body was the size of a pillar, and there was a horn on its head that was different from earthworms. From afar, it looked like a single-horned snake. After the spirit beast leapt into the air, it landed back on the ground and burrowed into the ground. It's a red flood dragon puppet. No wonder it can open up such a vast spiritual field. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Dragons were divided into 3 grades, orange, red, and purple. The orange flood dragon puppet had the thinnest bloodline of dragons, and the purple flood dragon puppet had the densest bloodline. Where a flood dragon puppet existed, the soil would become fertile, and it was extremely suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. At the same time, it could also speed up the growth of spiritual herbs. This characteristic was what all alchemists liked the most. Before Ling Xiao obtained the young dragons, it was a purple flood dragon puppet. The characteristics of dragons were more obvious than the red flood dragon puppet. Chapter 7:12. Grandmaster Ling is really experienced and knowledgeable. There are only 2 of these flood dragon earthworm exotic beasts in the sect. It's really hard to find them. Sun Zheng said proudly. There are 2? Damn, it really is a big sect. This kind of heritage is really enviable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Flood dragon earthworm was originally an exotic spiritual beast that was extremely rare, but the medicine sect had 2 of them. If the alchemists in the outside world knew about this, they would probably go crazy with envy. After Ling Xiao and Sun Zheng passed by the spiritual plants, a majestic building appeared in front of them. These buildings were filled with a sense of vicissitudes and looked like fierce beasts from ancient times. It gave people a sense of grandeur and majesty. Who has come here? Tell me your name. 2 celestial venerables stood up and shouted. Sun Zheng took out a token. When the 2 saw the token, they immediately retreated to the side respectfully. As soon as the 2 of them entered the ancient buildings, the sounds of furnaces exploding could be heard and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted into the air. They also saw many disciples of the medicine sect shouting and trading for spiritual herbs. It made them feel as if they were in the middle of a busy market. Ling Xiao thought to himself, it seems that the medicine sect has at least 8,000 alchemists, if not 10,000. This number doesn't include the number of people worshipping them. This scale is really terrifying. Ling Xiao followed Sun Zheng into the depths of the building. According to Sun Zheng's introduction, this was the place where the supreme elders lived and secluded themselves. However, before they could reach their destination, they were stopped by someone. I didn't expect that you would dare to come to my territory as soon as I returned. You're really ruthless. The one who stopped Ling Xiao and Sun Zheng was Huachun, who had just rushed back. There were 3 people behind him. These 3 people were actually peak celestial venerables. Looking at their aggressive manner, they must have come to stand up for Huachun. Junior brother, is this the person who injured you just now? He doesn't seem to be very strong. A middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao and said playfully. Another person said, do you think you can't see the depth of your strength just because you hide your aura? Merely a middle-stage Empyrean. Don't be careless. Junior brother said that this person is the first Emperor-level expert. And he's an existence that can suppress his peers. His battle strength is certainly not weak. Wait for us to capture him and let junior brother deal with him, another person said. The 4 of them glared at Ling Xiao like tigers watching their prey, as if they were about to take Ling Xiao down in the next moment. Ling Xiao turned to look at Sun Zheng. He wanted to know if they were going to lure him into the trap. Sun Zheng used his actions to prove his intentions. He took a step forward and said loudly, what do you guys want to do? Grandmaster Ling is an esteemed guest invited by the Fire Hall Elder. Aren't you guys afraid that the Fire Hall Elder will blame you? Get out of my way. Sun Zheng's position was not low. Although the people in front of him were all popular figures in the sect, he would not provoke them under normal circumstances. But now that the Fire Hall Elder had spoken, he had no reason to back down. Huachun shouted in disbelief. Impossible. Why would the Fire Hall Elder want to meet a nobody like him? Sun Zheng was about to say something, but he looked ahead and revealed a happy expression. He said, if you don't believe me, then let the Fire Hall Elder talk to you. Everyone was shocked and turned around to look. They saw an old man walking slowly through the air. Greetings, Fire Hall Elder. The 4 people's expressions changed, and they immediately greeted the old man. Fire Hall Elder Grandmaster Ling is here. Sun Zheng cupped his hands and said to the Fire Hall Elder. Ling Xiao bowed slightly to Huatang as a form of greeting to him. Well, it's good that you're here. The Fire Hall Elder smiled and nodded. Then his gaze fell on Huachun and the others. He said, are you guys very free? Do you want me to go talk to your master and let you go plant spirit herbs for a few years? Fire Hall Elder, you're too serious. We're just playing with Ling Xiao. We'll leave now. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said. Then he signaled his fellow apprentices with his eyes and left first. Huachun also knew that with the Fire Hall Elder's appearance, it was impossible for him to get back at them. He could only leave unwillingly. However, he already had a plan in his heart. He wouldn't let Ling Xiao go so easily. They have some achievements, but they've become arrogant. It seems that they've been at ease for too long. The Fire Hall Elder sighed. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, little friend Ling. No, it should be Grandmaster Ling. I already know about your performance in the pill gathering. Even the supervising elder was alarmed. It's amazing. Ling Xiao said humbly. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Hee young man, you don't have to be so modest. The elixir gathering grand competition has been held countless times, but there are very few who can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat like you. Your ability makes us old fellows feel ashamed. Huatang laughed, then said to Sun Zheng. Sun Zheng, it's rare for you to come back, so why don't you take a stroll around? I have some things to say to little friend Ling, so I'll trouble you when we get out. Sun Zheng nodded, then turned around and flew in a certain direction. He was very surprised at the attitude the Fire Hall Elder had towards Ling Xiao. Could it be that this kid is really the successor of the evil emperor? Otherwise, how could the Fire Hall Elder be so enthusiastic towards him? After Sun Zheng left, Ling Xiao went straight to the point. Senior, I wonder why you're looking for me? When he first entered the medicine capital, the fire hall had invited him to the medicine sect. He really didn't understand what the fire hall was trying to do. Hua Tang stroked his long beard and said with a smile, It's not that this old man is looking for you, it's someone else. Come with me. With that, he brought Ling Xiao in another direction. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately followed Hua Tang. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a small mountain range. This small mountain range was very strange. The mountains and rocks were all golden in color, and the trees and flowers that grew on them were also golden in color. From afar, it looked like a golden ocean, which was a very spectacular sight. Other than that, the temperature of this area was extremely high. Ordinary warriors would not be able to withstand the heat if they were to approach. However, for warriors who cultivated the fire attribute, it was an excellent place to cultivate. Arriving here, Ling Xiao felt that the demon blue fire bead was jumping extremely violently. It almost flew out of his sea of consciousness uncontrollably. Golden nether bead. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. Hua Tang turned his head to look at Ling Xiao and said in astonishment, Little friend, you can actually sense the existence of the golden nether bead? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, I've long heard that the medicine sect has a heavenly fire. Looking at the situation here, other than the golden nether bead that can create such a spectacle, what else can have such power? Hua Tang nodded, then bowed towards the golden mountain range and said faintly, Old sect leader, little friend Ling has arrived. Old sect leader? Ling Xiao looked at Hua Tang in surprise. He never thought that Hua Tang would actually bring him to see his old sect leader. What was going on? After a long while an old voice sounded. And you can leave first. Hua Tang bowed and no longer paid any attention to Ling Xiao. He actually turned around and left. Ugh. Senior, what's going on? Ling Xiao called out as he looked at the departing Hua Tang. Hua Tang did not reply, but a voice came from the mountain range again. Come in, I'll answer your questions. Just as the voice fell, a 1-meter wide path appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This path did not have the slightest bit of golden color, nor did it have the slightest bit of high-temperature energy. It was as if it had been carved out of thin air. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still followed the path and walked in. The deeper he went, the more the demon blue fire bead jumped. Quiet down. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and completely suppressed the demon blue fire bead. Ling Xiao walked for a whole hour before he reached the end. At the same time, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged in front of him. Ling Xiao focused his green eyes, wanting to see the figure's face clearly. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to see the figure's face. It was as if there was a thin layer of mist in front of him. Greetings, senior. Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze and bowed slightly to the figure. A person that Hua Tang referred to as the old sect master must be a famous figure on the same level as the medicine school's ancestor. Ling Xiao had no choice but to treat him with caution. Suddenly, a ball of golden flame shot toward Ling Xiao. This golden dragon-like flame came so suddenly that Ling Xiao was not prepared at all. His body was immediately burned by the golden flames. The terrifying flames instantly charred Ling Xiao's skin and flesh, causing him to cry out in pain. Fortunately, the demon blue fire in his body rushed out in an instant and swallowed and expelled the golden flames, making it difficult for them to continue burning. However, the power of these golden flames was terrifying. They were not afraid of the demon blue fire, and were not immediately swallowed. Fortunately, the demon blue fire had enough energy to expel the golden flames from Ling Xiao's body. The two types of flames tangled with each other in midair. Ling Xiao looked at his charred skin and cursed. F***ck, it's all burnt. He immediately circulated the ancient emperor's divine technique and healed his necrotic skin and flesh. At this moment, 2 more golden fire dragons flew out from the figure's direction and pounced toward him. Damn it again? Do you think this young master is easy to bully? Ling Xiao scolded as he struck out with both of his palms. The blue flames also took the form of a dragon to fight against the golden flames. What are you trying to do? Do you really want to harm me? Ling Xiao yelled at the figure. He was ready to summon the earth flaming tiger at any moment. The figure still did not speak, but another wisp of golden flames flew out. Looks like you're really forcing me to fall out with you. Ling Xiao revealed a ruthless look. The demon blue fire pearl's energy began to erupt, forming balls of blue flames with him as the center. They wrapped around him in layers and prevented the golden flames from hurting him. At the same time, he also began to counterattack. Balls of terrifying blue flames formed a huge energy that blasted toward the figure. Unfortunately, his blue flames seemed to be blocked by an invisible screen, preventing his energy from burning forward at all. Hee, looks like you really have a heavenly jewel. The figure finally spoke. Earth Flaming Tiger, come out. Ling Xiao could not care less. He immediately roared and summoned the Earth Flaming Tiger. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.